Chapter 2487, Flaming Steel Set. Chapter 2487, Flaming Steel Set. The Earthen Chieftain's loot is actually so abundant. The number of items they dropped is at least triple that of the Grand Lords in the outside world. The Hell Legion members' eyes glowed when they saw the 5 Earthen Chieftains' loot. There were plenty of level 100-plus Grand Lords in the outside world, including Star Valley. Killing just one would net players a significant profit. If players were lucky, they might even obtain a piece of Dark Gold equipment. At this stage of the game, level 105 Dark Gold equipment was considered one of the best equipment available even to the various superpowers experts. As for level 100-plus epic weapons and equipment, they were things that could be obtained only by killing level 100-plus mythics, an incredibly difficult feat moreover. The drop rate wasn't 100% either. Usually, all level 100-plus epic items a guild obtained would be allocated to the guild's elders. Even the guild's peak experts would not get any. Hence, for most experts right now, level 105 Dark Gold equipment was the best equipment available. Now, the 5 Earthen Chieftains had dropped loot equivalent to that of 15 Grand Lords in the outside world. This was simply a jackpot. Moreover, the Earthen Chieftains also granted much more EXP, equivalent to that of a mythic monster in the outside world. While the Hell Legion members were quietly discussing this matter among themselves, Aqua rose, and the others quickly collected the Earthen Chieftains' loot. Guild leader were quite lucky this time. These 5 Earthen Chieftains dropped a total of 7 pieces of level 110 fine gold equipment and 12 pieces of level 110 secret silver equipment. Among the secret silver equipment is a pair of plate armor gloves that belongs to an 8-piece level 110 secret silver set equipment. Aqua Rose joyfully reported to Sherfong after organizing the loot. In regard to this situation, Sherfong wasn't surprised in the slightest. Although they were currently on the Star Tomb's first floor, this place was still a God Mode regional dungeon. Such loot was very normal. Moreover, nobody had defeated these Earthen Chieftains before. The fact that these Grand Lords dropped level 110 fine gold equipment and level 110 secret silver set equipment was nothing special at all. Level 110 fine gold equipment and level 110 secret silver set equipment. Hell Rush was astonished when he overheard Aqua Rose's report because the weapons and equipment the Earthen Chieftains dropped were slightly better than even some of the items he had equipped. His equipment already ranked among the best available in the entire Netherworld Empire. Only a select few in the guild had better. Moreover, if not for the several pieces of level 100-plus epic items on him, then his equipment might have gotten surpassed altogether. MHM. Here, take a look, Aqua Rose said, smiling as she shared the attribute panels of the equipment they obtained with Hell Rush, not bothering to hide the item's attributes. After all, everyone from Zero Wing had much better equipment. Isn't this flaming steel set a little too powerful? If one of our MTs were to equip it, they could most likely tank an Earthen Chieftain all by themselves. Hell Rush exclaimed, a passionate flame burning in his eyes as he stared at a pair of plate armor gloves. Although the current Hell Legion's MTs were already well equipped, with some even possessing 2 pieces of level 100-plus epic equipment, the overall standard of their equipment would still be inferior by a large margin when compared to the Flaming Steel set. Just the bonuses from the set's 5-piece and 8-piece set effects alone could already rival those from being fully geared in level 110 fine gold equipment. The 5-piece set effect increased not only the user's defense skill by 3 levels, but also the user's defense attribute by 25%, while the 8-piece set effect increased the user's HP and physique by 25%. These bonuses allowed MTs to become sturdier with much greater mobility. An MT geared in the Flaming Steel set would have no problems tanking level 110 mythic monsters in the outside world. upon thinking up to this point. Hell Rush had the urge to have the Hell Legion continue grinding in the Star Tomb even after working for Surefoam. After all, if the Hell Legion secured a complete Flaming Steel set, it would have a much easier time raiding level 100 super large-scale team dungeons. However, Hell Rush soon shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although the temptation was strong, nobody in the Hell Legion was capable of tanking the Earthen Chieftains right now. If not for Aqua Rose and the others keeping the Grand Lords in check, the Hell Legion would have been helpless against the monsters. If Commander Rush likes this Flaming Steel set, once we collect a full set, I don't mind selling it to you, Surefoam said, smiling when he saw Hell Rush fall silent after seeing the Flaming Steel set's attributes. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you serious? Hell Rush reflexively sought confirmation. The Flaming Steel set was top-tier set equipment for MTs, which definitely could not be bought in the outside world. In fact, even the various super guilds did not possess such excellent set equipment right now. Moreover, one could use the Flaming Steel setup to level 115. Actually, although the set could grow only up to level 115, with how excellent its attributes were, players should still be able to use it even after reaching level 120. Only epic equipment could surpass the Flaming Steel set. Of course, I never joke. In fact, if the Hell Legion accepts my condition, let alone one Flaming Steel set, even obtaining 20 or 30 sets of set equipment on par with the Flaming Steel set wouldn't be a problem, Surefoam said, nodding. The Flaming Steel set was indeed excellent for current Tier 3 players. However, as more players fully unlocked their mana bodies, such set equipment would become very common. Not to mention, after a certain point, experts should only be geared in Dark Gold equipment or set equipment at the very minimum, because past level 100, only Dark Gold equipment or better could adapt to players' mana bodies. If players with fully unlocked mana bodies fought using equipment at the Fine Gold rank or below, they would rapidly deplete the durability of their equipment. In fact, after reaching Tier 4, players couldn't even consider using secret silver weapons and equipment, since such low-caliber weapons and equipment couldn't endure the power of a Tier 4 mana body, becoming useless after the execution of one skill or spell. This was the eternal pain that all expert players that had fully unlocked their mana bodies faced. Only very few players in God's domain had fully unlocked their mana bodies, so players were still unaware that having an overly powerful body was also a problem. 30 sets! Hell Rush could not help being tempted. Previously, he had felt that the 1-month employment period Surefoam proposed was too long. However, he started wavering after hearing that the Hell Legion could get its hands on 30 sets of set equipment that was on par with the Flaming Steel set equipment. After all, even if the Hell Legion desperately grinded for 1 month, few of its members could reach level 120 in that period. Meanwhile, the Flaming Steel set equipment was top-tier set equipment that could still be used even after players reached level 120. In other words, even after working for Surefoam for a month, the Hell Legion would retain an edge over the teams of other superpowers when it came to equipment standards. Now, he felt that he needed to have a proper discussion with his superiors in the guild. Since we've taken care of the monsters already, we should head to the 2nd floor. If we continue resting here, the monsters might respawn, Surefoam said after seeing that everyone was sufficiently rested. Everyone promptly stood up from the ground and entered the tunnel leading to the Star Tomb's 2nd floor. The tunnel was long and narrow. Not only did it not have any monsters, but the ambient mana inside was also incredibly dense. This situation allowed everyone to relax their mental states considerably. Meanwhile, after walking for around 5 minutes, the team arrived on the Star Tomb's 2nd floor, where a strong pressure greeted everyone. Why is the gravity here so much higher than on the 1st floor? Aqua Rose immediately felt uncomfortable when she stepped onto the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, she had barely felt the effects of the increased gravitational force. Now, however, she could actually feel her body growing significantly heavier. Even her mobility was negatively affected. The gravity here is twice as strong as that of the first floor. It seems this floor will be our limit. When Feng sensed the gravitational force on the second floor, he, too, felt a little surprised. He never thought that the gravity here would be so powerful. From what he knew, the gravitational force players experienced inside the star tomb would grow ever higher with each floor they climbed. Hence, ascending the star tomb was incredibly difficult. After reaching the fourth floor, even Tier 3 players that had their mana bodies fully unlocked would be incapable of combat without anti-gravity equipment. However, anti-gravity equipment had always been considered incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, lifestyle players couldn't produce it, as its creation involved ancient technology. Following which, Feng and the others started clearing out the monsters outside the tunnel's exit. Although the gravitational force on the second floor had doubled, the monsters' strength and levels had barely increased. The only obvious difference was the larger number of Great Lord-ranked earthen giants in each group of monsters. However, this change did not affect Feng and the others at all. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the monsters here granted at least 3 times more EXP than the monsters found on the first floor. As a result, everyone's leveling speed was now at least 50% faster than if they grinded in the outside world. In addition, the loot the monsters dropped was also much better. Even the Great Lord-ranked earthen giants occasionally dropped level 110 fine gold equipment. Aside from having better loot, the Star Tomb's second floor had much thinner mana than the first floor. Hence, everyone could actually improve their control over the mana inside their mana bodies as they fought, which inspired everyone to fight much more fervently. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in such a way, the team grinded on the second floor for 2 whole days, moving from the outer area to the inner area. Many players on the team leveled up from the abundant EXP. Unfortunately for Feng, as he had reached level 111 already, the amount of EXP he received from the second floor's monsters wasn't particularly abundant. Hence, he did not manage to level up. As if to rub salt in the wound, despite killing numerous Grand Lords, he still didn't obtain a Star of Light during the past 2 days of grinding, contrary to his expectations. Guild Leader: I discovered an inferior legendary treasure chest over here. Fire Dance, who was scouting ahead of the team, reported excitedly through the team chat. An inferior legendary treasure chest. Feng was stunned when he heard Fire Dance's words. How is this possible? According to his memories, the Star Tomb shouldn't possess a single treasure chest, much less an inferior legendary treasure chest. Chapter 2488, Demon God's Temptation, Could It Be a Pioneering Benefit? Chapter 2488, Demon God's Temptation, Could It Be a Pioneering Benefit? After giving the matter some thought, this was the only possibility Feng could think of. In his previous life, there was never any news of anybody discovering a treasure chest in the Star Tomb despite the many teams grinding there back then. Any treasure chest opened in the Star Tomb would definitely have caught the attention of others. However, nobody had ever seen any signs of a treasure chest being opened in the Star Tomb. Hence, everyone had always believed that this regional dungeon did not spawn treasure chests, and that players could only obtain resources and treasures from killing bosses there. However, Feng did not put too much thought into the matter. After all, that was an inferior legendary treasure chest they were talking about, an opportunity that was incredibly difficult to come by. He immediately led Kola and the others toward Fire Dance's location. At the same time, Fire Dance's report in the team chat had set the team abuzz. Crap, there's actually an inferior legendary treasure chest here. Zero Wing has struck gold this time. It might even get a fragmented legendary item. Only our guild leader has a fragmented legendary item currently. Zero Wing is truly lucky. The several vice commanders of the Hell Legion grew incredibly envious upon hearing about the discovery of an inferior legendary treasure chest. If not for Zero Wing being their ally, they would have most likely done everything they could to contest for it. Currently, in the opinion of most experts, epic weapons and equipment were the highest-ranked items available in God's domain, while fragmented legendary items and the like were mere rumors. After all, items of such caliber had yet to appear on the market. In fact, the majority of the various superpowers still didn't have any concrete information relating to fragmented legendary items. According to Netherworld Empire's investigations, there shouldn't be more than 10 fragmented legendary items in the hands of players right now. Moreover, only a few in the guild's upper echelon knew about this information. As for the strength of fragmented legendary items, the guild upper echelon, like themselves, had personally witnessed it before. It was not something epic weapons and equipment could hope to match. Fragmented legendary items allowed players to undergo a qualitative transformation. If they could obtain just one fragmented legendary item, they would instantly soar to the apex of God's domain. Most importantly, fragmented legendary items could be used forever, continuously growing stronger as players reached higher levels and would never fall behind the times. Hence, Netherworld Empire had always been frantically searching for clues to fragmented legendary items and would go all out in following any clues it found. In fact, the guild wouldn't even mind letting the entire Hell Legion suffer annihilation if it meant obtaining a fragmented legendary item. However, according to Netherworld Empire's research, the chances of getting a fragmented legendary item from epic treasure chests were minimal. Only inferior legendary treasure chests had a significant chance of awarding such an item. The Star Tomb's pioneering benefits are this excellent. How Rush also could not help growing envious in this situation. It seems we'll really need to go all out in exploring the Star Tomb after this job. Although he knew that the Star Tomb definitely contained bountiful resources and treasures as a God Mode regional dungeon, he never imagined that it would be to such an extent. They were only on the Star Tomb's second floor, yet they had already come across an inferior legendary treasure chest. If even the second floor had such amazing treasures, he simply could not fathom how amazing the treasures on the higher floors would be. After the Hell Legion's members discussed this matter briefly among themselves, they quickly followed Sherfone toward Fire Dance's location. The environment of the Star Tomb's second floor was a tropical rainforest. However, unlike the rainforests in the real world, the rainforest here was home to colossal trees. Entering this place felt like entering a land for giants. Ordinary humans would look incredibly small here. After traveling through the forest for around 20 minutes, the team arrived before a barren hill, which actually had an ancient temple erected on it. A dark fog enveloped this shrine, evoking an indescribably gloomy sensation. Through the open gates, one could see a gigantic treasure chest sitting in the middle of the shrine. This treasure chest gave off the distinctive orange-red glow of an inferior legendary treasure chest. Guild leader, we've struck the jackpot this time. It really is an inferior legendary treasure chest, Kola said, excitement surfacing on his face when he spotted the gigantic treasure chest. This was no longer Kola's first time seeing an inferior legendary treasure chest. Although he didn't think that Fire Dance would make a mistake, after verifying Fire Dance's claim with his own eyes, he still could not help his surprise. After all, he had personally experienced the strength of a fragmented legendary item before. At this moment, aside from Kola, Aqua Rose, and the other Zero Wing members present also revealed excited expressions on their faces. After all, so long as they managed to obtain a fragmented legendary item from the treasure chest, Zero Wing would have another Apex expert, something the guild lacked the most right now. However, unlike the Zero Wing experts, the members of the Hell Legion did not reveal any joy or envy upon seeing the inferior legendary treasure chest. On the contrary, they even started shaking their heads in disappointment. What a pity! It's actually a demon god's temptation. Hell Rush sighed as he gazed at the gloomy temple. After calming herself, Aqua Rose turned to Hell Rush and asked curiously, "Demon god's temptation? What do you mean, Commander Rush?" Previously, she had clearly sensed Hell Rush and the others' passionate response to the discovery of the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now, however, after seeing the treasure chest itself, they were suddenly indifferent toward it. This was truly strange. You arrived on the Western continent not long ago, so you might not know about this, but strange temples randomly appear in some of the dangerous locations on the Western continent. Not only are these strange temples filled with dense dark energy, but these temples also house incredibly precious treasures, Hell Rush explained. However, these temples are merely traps set up by demon gods. If players fail to resist the temptation and get lured into these temples, they are forced to undergo a trial and challenge the phantom of the demon god that set up the trial. Meanwhile, these trials are simply impossible to complete. To make matters worse, if players don't complete the trial, they not only fail to obtain the treasure, but even have their level returned to 0 and half their soul devoured, which would place them in a weakened state for a very long period. At which point, players have no choice but to remake their accounts. Hence, we have labeled these temples as the demon god's temptation. As Hell Rush finished speaking, many of the Hell Legion's members revealed grim expressions. This was because several of the Hell Legion's members had fallen for these traps and were forced to remake their accounts, an irrecoverable blow. Moreover, Netherworld Empire wasn't the only guild that had fallen for these demon gods' temptations. Many other superpowers had too. Many famous experts had disappeared from God's domain, victims of these traps. Hence, whenever the demon god's temptation was mentioned, the various superpowers experts would turn pale with fright. So, that means we came here for nothing? Aqua Rose grew dejected upon hearing Hell Rush's words. Although she still had the urge to challenge the demon god's temptation, even after hearing Hell Rush's explanation, reason stopped her. Her current combat power might be far superior to Hell Rush's and the others, but some trials in God's domain did not just test players' combat power, but also their combat standards. Players would need to meet the requirements for both to pass those trials. Meanwhile, when it came to combat standards, Hell Rush was leaps and bounds above her, and considerably superior even to Yen Tianxing, who was a domain realm expert. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if even an expert of Hell Rush's caliber had given up on the demon god's temptation without hesitation, how could someone like herself possibly succeed? Don't even think about it. The greater the treasure stored inside a demon god's temptation, the more difficult the trial would be. Previously, a trial that housed an epic treasure chest already forced players to go up against a demon god's phantom of the same level and tier, with the reward being an inferior legendary treasure chest. Right now, I'm afraid the phantom summoned will be at least one tier higher than the challenger, Hell Rush advised. He, too, was tempted by the prospects of obtaining an inferior legendary treasure chest. If there were even the slightest possibility of success, he would most likely give the trial a try. However, that was not the case for the trial before him. Challenging it would be akin to making a bet guaranteed to lose. After all, the opponent summoned would be a Tier 4 phantom of a god. The other members of the Hell Legion also agreed with Hell Rush's words. With their current strength, they could only admire the inferior legendary treasure chest from afar. They had to be tired of living to try to obtain it. No, We're not completely without options, Shifeng suddenly said. Chapter 2489, Circumventing the Rules? Chapter 2489, Circumventing the Rules? Hell Rush and the Hell Legion's other members gave Shifeng a strange look after he spoke up. They had already explained the demon god's temptation to the Eastern players. They hadn't expected that Shifeng would still aim to claim the inferior legendary treasure chest. Trying to take that chest would be the equivalent of trading one's life for wealth. Guild Leader Black Flame, you won't be able to use your berserk skills or any magic tools once inside the temple. You'd have to face the demon god's phantom by relying on your own power. Although the phantom isn't a true demon god, a demon god did create it. It's far stronger than a hero of the same level and tier, Hell Rush explained. If you fail, you'll have to remake your account. Hell Rush could sympathize with Shifeng's desire. An inferior legendary treasure chest was just that tempting. That treasure chest had a very high chance of bestowing a fragmented legendary item to whoever opened it. But Shifeng didn't know how powerful a demon god's phantom was. Hell Rush might have considered the task of obtaining the chest, too, if he hadn't seen a demon god's phantom for himself, but he had. The Hell Legion's members nodded in agreement with their commander. They acknowledged Shifeng for his strength, but the man wasn't powerful enough to challenge a demon god's phantom and survive. Guild Leader. Shifeng's statement even made Aqua Rose a little nervous. He hadn't even unlocked his mana body's full potential, and in the Star Tomb, he had slightly less combat power than she did. If Shifeng failed the trial, he'd take Zero Wing down with him. The man was the symbol of Zero Wing, and if he were forced to remake his account, the guild would quickly crumble. You misunderstand. I have no intention of challenging the demon god's phantom directly, Shifeng explained, noticing his comrades' anxious expressions. I'm just saying that obtaining that treasure chest is possible. Obtaining the treasure chest without challenging the demon god's phantom? Hell Rush gave Shifeng a confused look. He thought the man must be joking. Once players entered the temple, they couldn't leave until the trial until they completed it. If Shifeng didn't defeat the demon god's phantom, how would he claim the treasure chest? Yes, though it will be somewhat difficult, Shifeng answered, nodding. He then turned to Aqua Rose and said, set up a starlight gathering magic array around the temple. Then I want you to stand guard and prevent any monsters from approaching. Shifeng knew far more about the ancient gods and their phantoms than anyone in God's domain. Not even a dragon of the same tier would approach an area guarded by an ancient god's phantom. The phantom's strength was on par with that of a divine dragon. As he was now, he wouldn't last 3 or 4 hits against a demon god's phantom of the same tier, much less against a phantom that was 1 tier higher. While he might not be able to defeat a demon god's phantom, however, obtaining that treasure chest was a different story. Many confident experts had challenged demon god's temptations during his previous life, but they had all been forced to set up new accounts. Not even Apex experts had succeeded. However, one independent player had secured the treasure within a demon god's temptation at some point, and that independent expert had posted about his victory on the forums. The incident had shaken God's domain to its core, inspiring curiosity in every player. The various superpowers had even tried to recruit this independent player, offering an elder position, even a grand elder position, within their guilds. When the superpowers had finally located the player, however, what they had found had left them dumbfounded. That independent player had only been an ordinary expert. He hadn't even reached the refinement realm at that point. No one had expected the outcome. So many experts, including domain realm experts wielding fragmented legendary items, had tried to clear demon god's temptations, yet none had lasted more than 10 seconds against the demon god's phantom. Naturally, they hadn't secured the treasure either. After detailed interviews, the various superpowers had learned that the independent player hadn't actually challenged the demon god's temptation. Rather, he had found the treasure hidden within the temple. To claim the treasure for himself, he had merely decoded the magic arrays that had protected the temple. Once a player decoded the magic arrays, they could use magic tools within the temple. This made it possible to pin down the demon god's temple long enough to flee with the treasure. Astounded, none of the various superpowers had considered that there was a way to bypass the system's rules. Every player in God's domain had long since memorized the main God system's various rules and determined that players simply couldn't challenge these rules. However, the main God system had never indicated that challenging existing rules was impossible. Players had simply convinced themselves that the concept was fact. Of course, the method the independent player had employed wasn't easy. Decoding the temple's magic arrays required a lot of time, and demon god's temptations didn't exist for long, with most only lasting 2 days. Although the independent player hadn't been an amazing expert, he had been an advanced master magician, only 1 step away from grandmaster rank. Hence, he had been able to decode the magic arrays within the time limit, obtaining the treasure. Unfortunately, of the many powers that had attempted to use the same method, very few had succeeded. Demon god's temptations appeared at random, and even if players found one, challenging it would be pointless if they couldn't decode the magic arrays before the temple vanished. Even if they succeeded, they'd still have to escape the demon god's phantom. If they couldn't last 20 or 30 seconds, escaping with the treasure would be impossible. Now, that Shurfeng was a master magician, albeit only at basic rank. He had a chance of decoding the temple's magic arrays. The time limit was the only problem, but Shurfeng couldn't care less. Since he had stumbled across a demon god's temptation, giving up without trying would be a waste. Meanwhile, confused, Aqua Rose and her companions did as they were told, setting up a starlight gathering magic array around the temple. As they did, the magic arrays concentrated the ambient mana which skyrocketed around the temple. Now that the mana density is higher, I should be able to decode the arrays faster. Next, I'll have to race against time. Sensing the gathering mana, Shurfeng took a deep breath and approached the stone pillars around the temple. He then began to decode the magic arrays that protected the temple. The several ancient pillars suppressed space around and inside the temple. Essentially, they were the core magic arrays that sealed the temple. If he could decode them, he could enter and leave the temple freely until the magic array's auto-repair completed. He would not have to worry about being trapped or not having access to magic tools within the temple. Commander, Black Flame has gone insane. Those are the system's magic arrays, yet he's trying to decode them. Thunder Beast was stunned as he watched Shurfeng approach one of the stone pillars and get to work. I don't know, Hell Rush said, shaking his head. However, he hired us. Since he wants to try decoding the magic arrays, we can only comply with his wishes. In any case, we can use this opportunity to get some rest. Hell Rush assumed Shurfeng had already submitted to the temptation and become obsessed with the inferior legendary treasure chest. But Shurfeng must realize that defeating a demon god's phantom was impossible, coming up with another method to tackle the demon god's temptation. Although Hell Rush thought the swordsman's idea was even less feasible than confronting the phantom directly, he had no reason to stop the man, since this method wasn't dangerous. The Hell Legion began to relax as they kept an eye on the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, excitement welled within Shurfeng as he examined the temple's magic arrays. It turned out that they weren't as powerful as he had assumed, only somewhat complex, consisting of a series of linked master magic arrays. These weren't nearly as formidable as the magic arrays that had entrapped the Silver Divine Dragon. Given enough time, decoding these arrays wouldn't be a problem. Shi Feng frantically decoded the core magic arrays engraved on the ancient stone pillars as time flew by. 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. The harder Shi Feng tried to decode the magic arrays, the more impressed he became. These arrays offered a lot of insight into magic arrays' structure and manipulations. Unfortunately, the more magic arrays Shi Feng decoded, the slower his progress became. Not only were the engraved arrays more complex than the last, but they also required more mana and more precise mana control. In the end, Shi Feng had only decoded half of the magic arrays after more than a day had passed. He began to feel a little dejected. It's no wonder why only a few powers had ever successfully obtained the treasures, even after learning how to secure them without facing the phantom. The last magic arrays aren't testing players' knowledge of magic arrays, but their mana control. Shi Feng gave the next magic array a bitter smile. It seems that I won't be able to claim the treasure chest after all. Guild leader, your mana control is too rough. Like combat techniques, mana operates within certain rules. It's easier to control if you work within those rules. Aqua Rose interrupted, watching Shi Feng work while staying out of his way. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU combat technique. Shi Feng's eyes glowed as he suddenly realized something. That's right. He then gritted his teeth and retrieved the memory crystal that contained the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique. He had wanted to save it until he had unlocked his mana body's full potential. Wielding the technique would involve his mana body, after all, but a mana technique was, at its core, a way to use mana. Even if he couldn't execute Iliadi's mana technique just yet, learning it should grant him a boost to his mana control. I can only try it. Shi Feng then squeezed the memory crystal until it shattered, and a stream of purple-gold light flowed into his head, forming a virtual space within his mind. Chapter 2490, Mana Technique Legacy. So, this is a Mana Technique Legacy? Chapter 2490, Mana Technique Legacy. So, this is a Mana Technique Legacy? Shi Feng was shocked when a virtual space manifested within his mindscape. Within the virtual space, his body performed the 3 sword strikes Iliadi had used against him in the Legacy trial. It almost felt as if someone were controlling him, yet he could feel the flow of movement and mana inside him. He could also sense how his body and mana were controlled. This simulation was far more effective than watching someone else perform the technique. It's no wonder why so few people learned mana techniques in the past. This isn't something you can learn by watching someone else. Not only did one have to master the 4 major elements to use a mana technique, but they'd also have to master the 3 supreme elements. Even master magicians struggled to create magic arrays that manipulated all of the 4 major elements. One would have to familiarize themselves with each of the 4 mana types' movement patterns and create an array based on these patterns. The Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique, however, was even more complex, requiring one to understand all 7 elements. Moreover, one would also need to guide all 7 through their mana body to execute the technique. Executing the mana technique, Holy Annihilation, was many times more difficult than performing the bronze combat technique, Lightning Flash. Executing Lightning Flash relied on physical movement, an action that players could become intimately familiar with. Physical control was natural both in the real world and in the virtual world, but controlling mana and one's mana body was a different story. Both were foreign sensations. Becoming comfortable with one and gaining rudimentary control was already an incredible challenge. Trying to understand them completely and gaining precise control was even more difficult. Fortunately, this memory crystal has recorded some basic information on how to manipulate the 7 elements. Even if I knew how to execute Holy Annihilation, it'd be useless without these details. After watching himself complete Light Shadow and his breakdown analysis of the mana conduction, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't allow himself to relax, however. Rather, he started to focus on learning mana's basic patterns. The memory crystal's simulation wouldn't last long, usually only 3 to 4 hours, while some didn't even last that long. One would be dreaming if they thought they could study within the simulation for a full day. Players could only try to learn as much as possible during the limited duration. The memory crystal didn't care how successful a player was. Time passed quickly while Shifeng immersed himself in his own mindscape. 1 hour, 2 hours. From an outsider's point of view, Shifeng had sat by one of the ancient pillars to rest. He wasn't doing anything interesting. How much more time is Black Flame planning to waste, Commander? We've been in the Star Tomb for 4 days now. Are we really going to let him continue to waste our time? As well? Thunder Beast asked Hell Rush, glancing at Shifeng's motionless form by the pillar. At least they had been able to grind monsters when they had first arrived. Although they hadn't obtained any loot, the monsters had awarded an abundance of EXP. They had gained a bit more mana control during their fights on the second floor. Fortunately, helping Shifeng hadn't been a complete waste. But now, they had spent over a day in this area already, just resting. Aside from killing the occasional group of earthen giants that had wandered too close to the demon god's temptation, they hadn't done a thing. All of the various superpowers experts were frantically grinding and leveling right now, yet the Hell Legion was stuck here, doing nothing. Let's wait a little longer. We agreed to accompany Black Flame into the Star Tomb for 5 or 6 days, whether or not he finds what he's looking for. The 5th day isn't over quite yet. After the agreed-upon time, if he wants to remain, we'll retreat, Hell Rush said. He wasn't pleased about the situation either. If the Hell Legion were one of Netherworld's ordinary expert legions, this wouldn't have been a major issue, but that wasn't the case. The Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump-card legion. Every member was an expert among experts. They did not have a ton of time to waste with Shifeng. Black Flame is stubborn. Not even the various superpowers have found success in a demon god's temptation. What can he possibly accomplish by himself? Thunder Beast grumbled, glaring at Shifeng. When the two had finished speaking, Shifeng's eyes fluttered open, and he returned his attention to decoding the magic arrays engraved on the stone pillar before him. This time, the magic arrays were much easier to decode, and the surrounding mana began to gather around Shifeng. What did he do? Thunder Beast was shocked to feel more and more mana gather around Shifeng. The mana became so dense that it actually became visible. The layer of mist that had formed around Shifeng was incredibly thin, and one could miss it if they weren't paying attention, but there were so few locations in God's domain that had dense enough mana for it to condense in such a way. Naturally, the various superpowers coveted every one of these locations. His mana control has improved. Hell Rush couldn't believe his eyes. And it's improved quite a bit. You can actually attract so much mana with better mana control. Thunder Beast gave his commander a skeptical look. With enough control, it is possible. I've met a Tier 4 magical class NPC that gathered a ridiculous amount of mana just by manipulating the mana around him. He hadn't even used any skills or spells. The female elementalist beside Hell Rush contributed. Black Flame is just a swordsman. How can he have so much control over mana? Thunder Beast glanced at Shifeng again, astonished. Matching a Tier 4 magical class NPC's mana control should be impossible for players at this stage of the game. Yet not only had Shifeng accomplished the feat as a Tier 3 player, but he had done so as a non-magical melee class as well. Is this why he's so confident that he can help others unlock their mana body's potential? Hell Rush wondered, recalling Shifeng's previous declaration. Although Hell Rush had seen that Aqua Rose and her companions had unlocked their mana body's full potential, he had assumed it was a result of some means Zero Wing had to accelerate the process. He had had his doubts about whether this method could help the Hell Legion's several hundred members do the same within 1 month. Every player had a different mana body, and unlocking their potential would differ as well. Seeing Shurfeng with mana control to rival that of a Tier 4 magical class NPC. However, the swordsman's claim seemed more plausible. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EUA players' mana control played a huge part in unlocking their mana body, which was why magical class players found the task much easier than physical class players. And yet, even Zero Wings members, especially Aqua Rose and the other magical class players, stared at Shurfeng dumbfounded. Their mana control had been much greater than Shurfeng's, especially after they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. After resting for 3 short hours, however, Shurfeng had gained far more control, pulling leagues ahead of them. Just what was going on? But before anyone could regain their senses, the glow from the magic arrays on the stone pillar began to fade. As it did, the faint layer of black fog around the temple began to dissipate, and the gloomy atmosphere vanished completely. Chapter 24, 91, Basic Mana Control. He decoded it. Chapter 2491, Basic Mana Control. He decoded it. Something like this is actually breakable. As the black fog disappeared, silence fell over the group of players as they stared at Shurfeng in astonishment. They were 100 times more shocked than when the mana density around Shurfeng had increased due to his mana control. The demon god's temptation temples had survived since ancient times, and the main god system had set the rules that govern them. Players had no choice but to follow these rules if they wished to complete the demon god's temptation. Not even the various superpowers could manage to get around these rules. None of God's Domain's players would even dream of breaking these rules, since they had already accepted the main god system's rules as an integral part of their lives. However, Shurfeng hadn't just refused to follow these rules. He actually broke them. He had shaken their very understanding of God's domain. He succeeded. How is this possible? Thunder Beast stared at Shurfeng in shock. He could hardly believe what was happening, yet with the results of Shurfeng's efforts before him, he couldn't deny it. Is he really a player? Thunder Beast began to suspect that Shurfeng wasn't actually another player, but an NPC in disguise. First, Shurfeng had displayed mana control that rivaled Tier 4 magical class NPCs. Then, he had successfully decoded the magic arrays that sealed the temple. Neither feat should be possible for current players. It's no wonder why Divine Tribe was willing to work with him, even without demanding some of the Starlight Fortress's shares and going as far as to station so many of its members in the fortress. Is this his true trump card? Hell Rush could not help his bitter smile as he watched the magic arrays around the temple lose power. Hell Rush had assumed Zero Wing had gotten extremely lucky to obtain a dragon and a fortress prison after capturing the Starlight Fortress. These factors were the very reasons that the Hell Legion hadn't been able to cause trouble for the fortress. Still, he hadn't felt particularly threatened by Zero Wing's small group. The guild's foundations in the West were pathetically weak, even with 5 experts that had unlocked their mana body's full potential. A handful of players wasn't enough to influence a guild's standing in the overall competition between God's Domain's many guilds, especially in the competition between the various superpowers. The various superpowers might not have the strength to take the Starlight Fortress now, but they could rely on another method, stealing the Fortress Lord's token. Although the Fortress Lord's token was heavily guarded, it couldn't be removed from the fortress. Normally, the ruling individual could only store the token in the Fortress Lord's mansion behind heavy security. All the various superpowers needed to do was send enough experts to siege the Starlight Fortress and its Fortress Lord's mansion. Not even a dragon could stop an army of hundreds of thousands or millions of experts. Furthermore, the various superpowers had tools they could use to pin the dragon down for a short time. Stealing the fortress from Zero Wing was entirely possible. It would be costly, but as long as the superpowers were willing to cooperate, they could accomplish the feat seeing the swordsman before him now. However, Hell Rush doubted that even the various superpowers' combined forces would be able to take the Starlight Fortress from this man. With Sure Feng's mana control and knowledge of magic arrays, no player could threaten his hold on the fortress at this stage of the game. God's Domain's automatic magic arrays, and those under a player's control had different effects. The various superpowers had conducted their own secret experiments to test this concept. Unfortunately, controlling a city's defensive magic array was incredibly difficult. Not only did players need sufficient understanding of magic arrays, but they also needed sufficient mana control. This was why NPC cities were so difficult to capture. Ordinary players might assume that major NPC cities' defensive magic arrays were simply stronger than those in guild cities, but that wasn't truly the case. The defensive magic arrays in NPC cities were only slightly stronger than those in guild cities, but because NPC cities were guarded by Tier 4 NPCs, there were NPCs that were responsible for manipulating the city's defensive magic array. These NPCs would strengthen the array until the barrier could even withstand Tier 5 NPCs' attacks for a long time. If the Starlight Fortress had someone to control its defensive magic array, what chance did the various superpowers have to break through it? While the Hell Legion's members were confused and stunned, excitement overwhelmed Sure Feng. Thank goodness, I made it. After 3 hours of desperate study, he had finally grasped the profound concepts of the 7 elements. He still couldn't execute any of Holy Annihilation's 3 moves, but he now had basic mana control. He could now draw master magic arrays based on the 4 major elements' movement patterns. Normally, only Tier 3 magical class NPCs could perform the task. He was still far from having the mana control to rival Tier 4 magical class NPCs. To reach that standard, he'd have to draw simple magic arrays with the 3 supreme elements. Once one could do so, they'd be able to create their own mana domains, which were far more powerful than using a skill or spell to form a domain. Even so, Sure Feng was satisfied with his progress. Only a small number of the Tier 6 mage gods from his previous life had reached this standard at Tier 3. Most had only made so much progress after reaching Tier 4. Fortunately, he only needed to possess basic mana control to decode the magic arrays protecting the temple. As an additional bonus, he was now on the brink of becoming an intermediate master magician, thanks to the Holy Annihilation legacy. Decoding these arrays proved far easier than it had been, and he completed the task in no time. His success also excited Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing experts. Now that the magic arrays had been decoded, they had a chance of claiming the temple's inferior legendary treasure chest. If they could get their hands on that treasure chest, Zero Wing might gain another fragmented legendary item, which meant the guild could gain another Apex expert. Before Aqua Rose and her companions could celebrate, however, a 7-meter-tall figure in pitch-black armor and wearing a horned helmet appeared within the temple. This figure also wielded a pitch-black axe, ready for battle. The moment the figure appeared, the temple began to radiate an intense amount of divine might. Even Hell Rush and his legion, who stood over 300 yards away from the temple, were overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Demon God, Atlock, God's Phantom, Mythic, level 120 HP? Everyone gasped when they saw Atlock's attributes. Level 120. Even Sure Feng stared at Atlock with a grim expression. NPCs weren't like players. Every 5 levels, they received a massive strength boost. A level 120 NPC's combat power was in a completely different league than that of a level 110 NPC. Right now, Atlock was even stronger than the Silver Divine Dragon, Auerbeck. Are you really going in there, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. She had been confident of their chances of securing the inferior legendary treasure chest before she had seen Atlock, but after witnessing the demon god's phantom for herself, she realized how wrong she had been. She wouldn't last more than 5 seconds against the phantom. Even from so far away, the demon god's divine might reduce her combat power by at least 30%. She'd lose even more once she was within attack range. I've already gone this far. I have to try, Shifeng said, gritting his teeth. The demon god's temptation appeared at random. One would have to be incredibly lucky to encounter one. If this demon god's temptation had only housed an epic treasure chest, he would have dismissed it without a thought, but he'd be wrought with regret if he gave up on an inferior legendary treasure chest without trying his best. Even after a decade in God's domain, fragmented legendary items had been extremely rare, and everyone was a priceless treasure. Although Shifeng remembered a few clues that would lead to fragmented legendary items, whether or not he could claim them was another matter altogether. Since he had a high chance of securing a fragmented legendary item now, how could he walk away without putting up a fight? His opponent might be a level 120, Tier 4 demon god, but he still had a chance of victory. He didn't actually have to fight the phantom. He just needed to buy enough time to take the treasure chest and get out. After giving his answer, Shifeng approached the temple. What? He's really going in? Thunderbeast gaped in shock. Words were no longer sufficient to describe the demon god's strength. Just having the courage to enter the temple was impressive, not to mention fighting Atlock. That demon god could likely even instant-kill Tier 4 NPCs, let alone current Tier 3 players. There was no way to buy time with such an opponent on one's heels. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shifeng had decoded the temple's outer magic arrays, allowing players to enter and leave the temple freely and use magic tools, but the temple's inner magic array remained intact. The inner magic array ensured that only one player could enter the temple at a time. In other words, Shifeng would have to face the Tier 4 demon god by himself. How much time could he possibly buy himself? Puny adventurer, you are capable and brave. You've decoded the magic array I had set up outside, and you even dare to enter my temple after seeing my phantom, Atlock addressed Shifeng, a hint of recognition lacing his tone. However, his words also contained a trace of anger. But this ends now. Since you have dared to break my trial, I will eliminate you from this world. After saying so, the intensity of Atlock's divine might skyrocketed, and it felt as if a 1-ton weight had been dropped on Shifeng's shoulders. Even walking became a challenge. Sure enough, taking on a Tier 4 god's phantom won't be easy. Shifeng flashed Atlock a bitter smile as the phantom's divine might swept over him. I can only try my luck. Following which, Shifeng pulled a summon guard scroll from his bag and called Anna to his side. Chapter 2492, Apex Battle. Chapter 2492, Apex Battle. Now that the temple's outer magic array had been disabled, players could summon personal guards inside the temple. As Shifeng activated the summon guard scroll, a summoning array appeared before him, and as it completed, a blonde woman in luxurious crimson robes emerged. The moment this woman appeared, the mana, which had frozen due to Atlock's incredible divine might, began to relax and move. Shifeng also felt some of the pressure on him subside, making it far easier to move. What a high-level personal guard! Thunder Beast exclaimed when he saw Anna. Anna had already reached level 119, while the strongest personal guard in Netherworld Empire had only reached level 115. Anna was undoubtedly the highest level personal guard Thunderbeast had ever seen. Although the gap only consisted of 4 levels, the amount of EXP those 4 levels required was astronomical. What is he trying to do? Is he planning on throwing away his personal guard's life, as well as his own? When Hal Rush saw Shi Feng summon Anna, he was sure the swordsman had gone mad. Anna's level was high, but Atlock was level 120. There was a considerable difference between a level 119 NPC and a level 120 NPC. Most importantly, Anna was only Tier 3, whereas Atlock was Tier 4. Factoring in the difference between their life ratings, Anna didn't even have a chance of serving as a distraction to buy time. The demon god would kill her instantly. Shi Feng was simply insane for summoning his personal guard here. Before Hal Rush and his companions could say more, however, Anna began to chant an incantation. A gigantic, threefold magic array then appeared on the temple's ceiling, illuminating the dusky temple and surrounding area with its dazzling golden glow. After a moment, a woman in silvery white armor with 3 pairs of pure white feathery wings slowly descended from the golden magic array. How is that possible? A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie. Every member of the Hell Legion stared at the Valkyrie with wide, shocked eyes. Players on the Western continent were quite familiar with the concept of Valkyries. The continent's major NPC cities generally summoned these beings when they fought powerful demonic creature armies. Valkyries were considered major NPC cities' trump cards. Higher Valkyries, on the other hand, had the life rating to rival dragons. They were nigh-invincible among those of the same tier. A dark dragon had once assaulted a border city in the west, and the War God's Temple's branch temple master had stepped up and summoned a higher Valkyrie to save his city. Facing both the branch temple master and his higher Valkyrie, the dark dragon had been forced to retreat. And now, Shi Feng revealed that he, too, could summon a higher Valkyrie. Even if he did so by relying on his personal guard, the fact that he had this ability would shock all on the Western continent. A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie was even stronger than a Tier 4 hero of the same level, and the Valkyrie would have no issues destroying a minor NPC city by themselves. Moreover, unlike the Silver Divine Dragon, Shi Feng's higher Valkyrie wasn't chained to the Starlight Fortress, L. He could take this Valkyrie wherever he went and summon her to aid him in battle. Just how many trump cards does he have? Hal Rush was at a loss for words. Not only was Shi Feng's mana control and combat power extraordinary, but he could also summon a higher Valkyrie whenever it pleased him. He was practically a one-man army. If the various superpowers that wanted to assassinate Shi Feng found out about this, they'd likely abandon any such thought in an instant. Once the higher Valkyrie had joined the battle, Shi Feng activated the Ring of Gospel's miniature world and Ring of Brilliance. The projected world extended its power to suppress the demon god, while Ring of Brilliance boosted the higher Valkyrie's attributes. A higher Valkyrie and world projection. A hint of interest flashed in Atlock's gaze when he saw his new opponent. It seems you are quite capable, adventurer. Unfortunately, all your efforts are useless against my phantom doppelganger. Suddenly, Miniature World's power stopped 100 yards away from the demon god. Not even Miniature World's projection can suppress him? Shi Feng was astonished to see Miniature World prove ineffective against Atlock. As expected of a god's phantom, this won't be easy. He had known that a god's phantom wasn't an ordinary NPC. His only hope in activating Miniature World was that it would barely suppress Atlock. However, Miniature World's power couldn't even reach the demon god, much less suppress it. Fortunately, Shi Feng had prepared for this, and he immediately activated the hero's tome. A pillar of light then rose within the temple, and a man in white clothing and wielding a golden sword stepped out of the light. Arslet Hero, Tier 4, Sword Saint, level 131 HP 112, 000/112 000 000. This was the main reason Shifeng had dared to challenge a demon god's phantom. A Tier 4 hero's life rating couldn't compare to that of a demon god's phantom, but with Arslet's higher level, he could be able to mitigate much of Atlok's advantage. Meanwhile, Arslet's arrival had rendered the Hell Legion speechless. First, Shifeng had called forth a Tier 4 higher Valkyrie, and now a Tier 4 hero. He was practically out to decimate both heaven and earth. Go! Once Arslet had joined the battle, Shifeng didn't hesitate to give the command to attack. The higher Valkyrie and Arslet attacked the demon god simultaneously, moving so fast that not even Tier 3 experts could keep up. Only Fire Dance and the others, who had fully unlocked mana bodies, barely caught sight of the two Tier 4 beings as they moved. While the two NPCs began their assault, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and charged toward the inferior legendary treasure chest in the core of the temple. Normally, the combination of a Tier 4 higher Valkyrie and a Tier 4 hero would be a disaster wherever they went, but against the Tier 4 demon god's phantom, they were nothing. Short of enlisting the help of a divine dragon of the same level, stopping an ancient god's phantom would be utterly impossible. Shifeng only hoped that the two summoned NPCs could buy him as much time as possible. He didn't need a lot. 20 or 30 seconds would be enough. Treasure chests within demon god's temptations were never locked, and inferior legendary treasure chests were no exception. Players would be able to open any treasure chest they found in a demon god's temptation, although activating the chest would still require 20 seconds. During his previous life, the first independent player to successfully loot a demon god's temptation had only succeeded because he had possessed an ancient magic crystal and the Tier 5 defensive spell it had contained. Although the ancient magic crystal had been a single-use item, the spell within had allowed the independent player to survive the 20-second activation time and retreat from the temple with the prize. If not for that Tier 5 defensive spell, the independent player would never have survived to claim the treasure, even after decoding the temple's outer magic array. Unfortunately, Shifeng didn't have a Tier 5 defensive magic scroll, or any tool that could protect him from a Tier 5 being's attacks. He could only rely on the higher Valkyrie and Arslet to distract the demon god's phantom long enough for him to escape. As Shifeng slid up to the inferior legendary treasure chest, two explosions rang out behind him. Two figures had been thrown into one of the temple's walls, the higher Valkyrie and Arslet. Both bore visible wounds. Obviously, the demon god's attack had repelled them, and they had each lost a significant chunk of their HPs. The difference between the two sides' combat power was clear. This was more of a one-sided slaughter than a battle. Every player outside of the temple gaped in shock after witnessing that first strike. The two NPCs could decimate a minor NPC city on their own, yet the demon god had sent both powerhouses flying with a single attack. None of them could imagine what kind of power a player would need to clear this trial. Shifeng had already found a cheat-like loophole to tackle the demon god's temptation, allowing him to use magic tools in the battle, and yet he was still at such a despairing disadvantage. If one tackled this challenge, normally, not even a Tier 5 player would survive, much less a Tier 4 player. Moreover, that was assuming the demon god's phantom would still be Tier 4. Fortunately, neither summoned being was a player. They had incredibly high HPs. Even for the demon god, killing them should take at least 20 seconds. Foolish human, you dare to steal my treasure. I will obliterate you. Atlok bellowed when he noticed Shifeng activating the inferior legendary treasure chest. A ball of silver fire then appeared in Atlok's free hand, and it grew as the seconds ticked by. After just 2 seconds, the fireball had grown to the size of a 2-story building. Once Atlok was satisfied with the size of his fireball, he hurled it at Shifeng. Shifeng felt the threat of death as the silver flames approached, and he immediately instructed the higher Valkyrie and Arslet to use their strongest moves to defend him. The higher Valkyrie responded by throwing her Spear of Thunder at the demon god, while Arslet executed a Tier 4 taboo skill, Dimensional Flurry. Boom! The temple shook violently when the attacks landed, and the silver fireball dissipated, saving Shurfong from certain death. Despicable. Aunt, do you think your little tricks are enough to stop me? Atlok's rage grew after the higher Valkyrie, and Arslet countered his fireball, and he raised his axe, swinging it at both summoned beings. Space before the demon god's phantom shattered, forming multiple spatial tiers that reached for Shurfeng's summoned guards. A mana technique, the attack felt unsettlingly familiar to Shurfong. It was so similar to Iliadi's third sword, Holy Annihilation. However, a Tier 4 god's phantom had used this move, not a Tier 3 Heavenly Blue Saint. Neither the higher Valkyrie nor Arslet could counter this attack, and it sent both flying into the temple's walls once more. This time, the temple's solid walls began to crack. Both summoned beings were now heavily injured. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You foolish thief! Now it's your turn. Atlok roared, sneering as he turned toward Shurfong. Atlok then swung his axe at the swordsman, who stood over 50 yards away. Space before Shurfong started to break, and spatial tears flew toward Shurfong like a torrent of water. Realizing that the higher Valkyrie and Arslet couldn't come to his rescue this time, Shurfong gritted his teeth and activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's absolute domain. Block it. Chapter 2493, Holding Back a Demon God. It's over. Chapter 2493, Holding Back a Demon God. It's over. Isn't this demon god's phantom a little too strong? Everyone gaped as they watched Atlok's attack fly toward Shurfong. That attack was as powerful as a large-scale destruction spell, and it didn't even have a channeling time. It was also the same move Atlok had used to injure the higher Valkyrie and the Tier 4 hero. If not even those two could endure the attack, what chance did a Tier 3 player like Shurfong have of surviving it? Not even a powerful invulnerability skill could save the swordsman now. There was no such thing as a true invulnerability skill in God's domain. The game's so-called invulnerability skills and spells were merely defensive skills and spells that could block an opponent's attack and absorb the damage. However, if the opponent's attack were more powerful than the defensive skill or spell's damage tolerance, players would receive some of the damage. Based on Atlok's displays of power thus far, he definitely had Tier 5 strength. He might even be powerful enough to rival Tier 5 dragons. Not even an NPC's defensive magic array could handle that kind of power. At most, players' current invulnerability skills and spells could block Tier 4 attacks. They'd be utterly useless against Tier 5 attacks. The few horribly unlucky payers to encounter Tier 5 beings had tried to use invulnerability skills and spells, yet they had died instantly. The shattered space within the temple rapidly reached toward Shurfong, covering a large enough area that it was impossible to evade. Suddenly, however, golden, divine runes appeared around the swordsman, radiating an indescribably sacred feeling. Boom! An intense explosion shook the temple, and the impact's shockwave even reached the Hell Legion. Atlok certainly had the power to decimate heaven and earth. Sure enough, this trial is a trap. There's no way players can clear it. Every member of the Hell Legion shook their head and sighed as clouds of dust obscured the temple. If Atlok hadn't used such an unbeatable move, Shurfong might have secured the inferior legendary treasure chest with the help of his higher Valkyrie and Tier 4 hero. Unfortunately, the demon god's phantom was too powerful. Current players had no hope against it. Seeing this, Zero Wing's members wore grim expressions. Shurfong and Zero Wing could recover if he suffered a normal death, but if he died in this temple, he'd have to remake his account. Wait, I see a golden light within the temple. Just as everyone assumed the fight was over, someone noticed a faint, golden glow radiating from within the dusky temple. He blocked it. Hell Rush stared at the settling dust clouds and quickly spotted Shurfeng, still standing before the inferior legendary treasure chest. The swordsman was battered and had lost more than half of his HP, but the demon god's attack hadn't slain him. Is he even human? When the other Hell Legions saw this, they were beyond astonished. A Tier 5 dragon could destroy an entire city in one hit, but even after taking an attack of that caliber, Shurfeng had survived, only losing a little over half of his HP. His defenses were heaven-defying. You're quite lucky, puny adventurer. You managed to break through at the last moment and strengthen the magic array in that despicable ring of yours, Atlock said, glaring at Shurfeng. The mana within the temple then turned frosty. However, your luck ends here. That ring can only save you once. Do you think you can block my next attack? Atlock gripped his axe in both hands and raised it above his head. He closed his eyes and began to gather the ambient mana to his weapon. The gathered mana grew so dense that it soon took on physical form. Black hole. With the axe as its core, a miniature black hole formed above Atlock, swallowing everything nearby. Its incredible gravitational pull twisted space around it, sparing nothing. He still hadn't used his full strength. Shurfeng could only watch the demon god's phantom with a bitter smile. As Atlock had said, Shurfeng had broken through to the intermediate master magician standard at the last moment and manipulated the 7 luminaries ring's magic array. Even so, absolute domain hadn't been strong enough to block all of Atlock's attack. Worse yet, he couldn't use absolute domain again for another several minutes. Even if he could use the skill right now, it wouldn't be able to stop Atlock's miniature black hole. Run while the demon god is charging his attack. Guild leader, if you let it hit you, everything we've worked for will be over. We'll have plenty of chances to acquire fragmented legendary items in the future. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat. The demon god's prior attack had already been terrifying, yet the move Atlock was preparing to use had already increased the temperature within a 600-yard radius to a scorching high. This attack was far more powerful than the previous one. If it hit Shurfeng, not even ashes would remain. There's 6 seconds left. Hearing Aqua Rose's urgent advice, Shurfeng glanced at the loading bar hovering over the treasure chest. What he saw left him speechless. Atlock, Arslet, and the higher Valkyrie had already exchanged over a dozen moves, and Shurfeng had deliberately remained motionless after the demon god's last attack had struck, trying to buy even more time. And yet, only 14 seconds had passed. Shurfeng realized that he could no longer rely on the higher Valkyrie and Tier 4 hero, since both had lost a significant portion of their combat power. Escape? Do you honestly think I'll let you? Atlock realized what was going through Shurfeng's mind when he saw the swordsman's expression. Sneering, he continued, "Since you've dared to plunder my treasure chest without passing my trial, only one outcome awaits you." The space around the miniature black hole froze, and Shurfeng could hardly move, let alone use teleportation magic. "Thief, begone from God's domain." Atlock's eyes began to glow with a strange crimson light, and he swung his axe in a downward arch, pushing the miniature black hole toward Shurfeng. The demon god's weapon crumbled and merged with the black hole in the process. As the black hole pulled away from Atlock, the gravitational pull within the temple increased by several fold, and the miniature black hole left only a void in its path. "Don't you dare think I'm that easy to kill." Shurfeng realized that escape was no longer possible as he watched the miniature black hole approach. He decided to go for broke, pulling the Crimson Dragon flying ship from his bag and using a Tier 4 defensive magic scroll to bolster the ship's defenses. The Crimson Dragon flying ship had upper-ranked Tier 3 defensive capabilities, which was only slightly weaker than a major NPC city's walls. Normally, Only Tier 4 existences could damage the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's colossal hull manifested between Shifeng and the incoming black hole. Once it grew to full size, a magic barrier appeared around the ship. Block it, the miniature black hole that slammed into the Crimson Dragon flying ship. As the attack made contact, the Tier 4 magic barrier around the flying ship disappeared, melting like a candle in a firestorm. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon flying ship had fared better than that, although it rapidly disintegrated, losing durability by the hundreds. After 3 short seconds, the flying ship's durability had fallen from 5,000 to less than 2,000. Although the flying ship continued to lose durability, the loss slowed. It was clear that the miniature black hole had lost a considerable amount of power. You must block it. Shifeng's anxiety spiked as he watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship's durability fall to 500. If not even the flying ship could block the miniature black hole, it would kill him instantly with how little HP he had remaining. 500, 300, 100. Shifeng thought everything was over the moment the Crimson Dragon flying ship's durability hit 0, but the miniature black hole began to fade away. A short moment later, space within the temple returned to normal. By the time the black hole had disappeared, the inferior legendary treasure chest's activation had ended. Colorful lights filled the entire temple, so dazzling that one could see them from anywhere on the Star Tomb's 2nd floor. Success! Shifeng was ecstatic to see the treasure chest's lid open. He reached into the chest without any hesitation, grabbing the items and tossing them into his epic spatial bag, one after another, not bothering to inspect them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, EU despite Shifeng's speed. However, the treasure chest was too large and the items within weren't organized. Moreover, the treasure chest contained over 20 items. By the time Shifeng collected the 10th item, Atlok was mad with wrath. "You'll never leave this place alive, thief!" Atlok bellowed. Shifeng heard the sound of shattering chains, and the demon god's phantom grew from Tier 4 to Tier 5. The phantom now exuded enough power that even Hell Rush and his Hell Legion, who had remained far away from the temple, shuddered in fear. Their instincts screamed at them to flee. "Crap! Everyone, run!" Shifeng gave Atlok, who was going berserk, a grim look. He hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. After he gave the command to retreat, he promptly used the Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll he had prepared beforehand. Chapter 2494, Legendary Event. Chapter 2494, Legendary Event. When Shifeng disappeared, Atlok became even more incensed. "You think you can escape my grasp, thief?" The demon god's eyes narrowed as he shifted his gaze to the forest's southern end. With a cutting hand gesture, Atlok created a spatial gate, stepping into it and leaving only Anna, Arzlet, and the higher Valkyrie in the temple. As Atlok left, the temple began to fade away. The players outside of the temple gasped as it did. They had never dreamed that Shifeng would get away, accomplishing a feat that not even the West's various superpowers could overcome. Although Shifeng had relied on a cheat-like method to do so, it was an undeniable fact that he had secured the treasure from a demon god's temptation. What surprised everyone more, however, was the fact that the demon god's phantom had reached Tier 5 at the very last minute. After witnessing the demon god's phantom's combat power at Tier 4, they all knew that it was practically invincible at this stage of the game now that it had reached Tier 5. Destroying an entire empire should be a piece of cake for the being, much less an entire kingdom. Furthermore, the demon god's phantom had left the temple to chase down Shifeng. The situation was simply absurd. "Commander, let's get out of here. If that demon god returns, it won't rest until every last one of us is dead." Thunder Beast urged Hell rush once Atlock had left through the spatial gate. Even without Shurfeng's warning to flee, they knew how dangerous their current predicament was. Retreat. Hell Rush could only sigh as he glanced toward the forest's southern area. Although Shurfeng had secured the treasure, a Tier 5 demon god's phantom was now hunting him. Shurfeng's chances of surviving were practically non-existent. An enraged Tier 5 demon god was no trivial existence. Not even a Tier 5 dragon would escape Atlock's wrath. While the Hell Legion and Zero Wings experts pulled back to the passage leading to the Star Tomb's first floor, Shurfeng, who had fled by using a Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll, activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4. He then activated Gale Domain and flew toward the Star Tomb's exit with as much haste as possible, no slower than a flying mount. Before Shurfeng had made it 2,000 yards, however, a spatial gate opened in his path, and Atlock emerged. He teleported here directly. The sight of the demon god's phantom left Shurfeng speechless. He hadn't expected Atlock to be this vicious. Based on what Shurfeng remembered from his past, the demon god's phantom guarding the temple shouldn't chase after a player once they left the temple with the treasure. Yet not only had Atlock continued the chase, but the demon god's phantom had teleported to him. As well, I will eliminate every trace of your soul from this world, thief. The moment Atlock spotted his prey, he began to chant an incantation. The sky above Shurfeng shattered, and an endless torrent of fire descended, covering a 4,000-yard radius. Tier 5 curse, extinction flames. Normally, Tier 5 divine mages needed over a dozen seconds to cast the spell, yet Atlock cast it instantaneously. To make matters worse, players couldn't even use Tier 3 instantaneous movement scrolls within Extinction Flame's AoE. Noticing the inferno from a distance, the Hell Legion and Zero Wings members were astonished. Even from so far, they could see flames engulf the area above the entire southern forest, threatening to devour the wooded area. How could anybody escape such a terrifying attack? Suddenly, a spatial tear opened before the team, and a figure jumped through it. The figure was none other than Shurfeng, who looked incredibly miserable. His HP was already in the red. Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually managed to escape. Hell Rush was surprised to see the swordsman. The rest of the team could only stare at Shurfeng in shock. The demon god had clearly used a Tier 5 curse against Shurfeng, yet he had escaped with his life. It was unbelievable. Everyone, get ready. The demon god's phantom hasn't noticed me yet. I'll open a spatial gate that teleports us to the first floor. As soon as it opens, go through it. Shurfeng shouted his command when his teammates only stared at him. The only way to flee from a Tier 5 curse like Extinction Flames was to teleport out of range with a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll. Although Shurfeng didn't have one on hand, he had the 7 Luminaries Ring, an extraordinary life-saving tool. With the 7 Luminaries Ring's space movement, he could teleport to any location within a 600,000-yard radius, but when he had jumped into the spatial tear the skill created, the curse's flames had followed, scorching him and nearly taking his life. Fortunately, he had activated disintegration power, which temporarily granted him a Tier 4 player's defense and HP. If he had only relied on Heavenly Dragon's power's defense and HP, that attack would have been the end of him. However, space movement had a 3-minute cooldown. If the demon god came at him again, he wouldn't survive. He couldn't just leave the Hell Legion and his comrades here. And now that Atlock was so furious, the demon god's phantom would transform every inch of the Star Tomb into a land of death. Aqua rose, and the others could only survive if they left the regional dungeon now. Shurfeng didn't waste any time in summoning the spatial gate. The rest of his team realized that they were in a race against time as well, and they charged through the spatial gate the moment it was complete. vanishing from the Star Tomb's second floor. By the time Atlock had realized what was happening and used space movement himself, everyone had fled through the spatial gate already. Despicable thief! I will never let you get away with this. Atlock roared as the spatial gate disappeared as well. Meanwhile, once Sherfong was outside of the Star Tomb, he received a system notification. System, you have triggered the legendary quest, Demon God's Wrath. You have stolen Demon God Atlock's treasure, and the Demon God has employed the soul curse against you in retaliation. Not only will Demon God Atlock and his kin hunt you, but you will suffer triple the death penalty. In addition, you will lose 1 level every 7 days. Once your level falls below level 100, the Demon God will find you. Quest content: kill Demon God Atlock's phantom doppelganger. No time limit. Quest reward unknown. As Sherfong received the system notification, everyone else heard the sound of a system announcement. Star Valley Region System Announcement. A player has triggered Star Valley's legendary event, Demon God's Wrath. A Demon God's Shrine will activate in Star Valley in 1 day. Players will have the opportunity to receive the Demon God's legacy at that time. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and all players within Star Valley heard it clearly. For a time, an uproar shook Star Valley to its very core. Chapter 2494, Legendary Event, When Sherfong Disappeared. Atlox became even more incensed. You think you can escape my grasp, thief? The demon god's eyes narrowed as he shifted his gaze to the forest's southern end. With a cutting hand gesture, Atlock created a spatial gate, stepping into it and leaving only Anna Arslet and the higher Valkyrie in the temple. As Atlock left, the temple began to fade away. The players outside of the temple gasped as it did. They had never dreamed that Sherfong would get away, accomplishing a feat that not even the West's various superpowers could overcome. Although Sherfong had relied on a cheat-like method to do so, it was an undeniable fact that he had secured the treasure from a demon god's temptation. What surprised everyone more, however, was the fact that the demon god's phantom had reached Tier 5 at the very last minute. After witnessing the demon god's phantom's combat power at Tier 4, they all knew that it was practically invincible at this stage of the game now that it had reached Tier 5. Destroying an entire empire should be a piece of cake for the being, much less an entire kingdom. Furthermore, the demon god's phantom had left the temple to chase down Sherfong. The situation was simply absurd. Commander, let's get out of here. If that demon god returns, it won't rest until every last one of us is dead. Thunder Beast urged Hell Rush once Atlock had left through the spatial gate. Even without Sherfeng's warning to flee, they knew how dangerous their current predicament was. Retreat. Hell Rush could only sigh as he glanced toward the forest's southern area. Although Sherfong had secured the treasure, a Tier 5 demon god's phantom was now hunting him. Sherfeng's chances of surviving were practically non-existent. An enraged Tier 5 demon god was no trivial existence. Not even a Tier 5 dragon would escape Atlock's wrath. While the Hell Legion and Zero Wings experts pulled back to the passage leading to the Star Tomb's first floor, Sherfong, who had fled by using a Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll, activated disintegration power, forcing himself to Tier 4. He then activated Gale Domain and flew toward the Star Tomb's exit with as much haste as possible, no slower than a flying mount. Before Sherfong had made it 2,000 yards, however, a spatial gate opened in his path, and Atlock emerged. He teleported here directly. The sight of the demon god's phantom left Sherfong speechless. He hadn't expected Atlock to be this vicious. Based on what Sherfong remembered from his past, the demon god's phantom guarding the temple shouldn't chase after a player once they left the temple with the treasure. Yet not only had Atlock continued the chase, but the demon god's phantom had teleported to him. As well, I will eliminate every trace of your soul from this world, thief. The moment Atlock spotted his prey, he began to chant an incantation. The sky above Shurfong shattered, and an endless torrent of fire descended, covering a 4,000-yard radius. Tier 5 curse, extinction flames. Normally, Tier 5 divine mages needed over a dozen seconds to cast this spell, yet Atlock cast it instantaneously. To make matters worse, players couldn't even use Tier 3 instantaneous movement scrolls within Extinction Flames AoE. Noticing the inferno from a distance, the Hell Legion and Zero Wings members were astonished. Even from so far, they could see flames engulf the area above the entire southern forest, threatening to devour the wooded area. How could anybody escape such a terrifying attack? Suddenly, a spatial tear opened before the team, and a figure jumped through it. The figure was none other than Shurfong, who looked incredibly miserable. His HP was already in the red. Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually managed to escape? Hell Rush was surprised to see the swordsman. The rest of the team could only stare at Shurfong in shock. The demon god had clearly used a Tier 5 curse against Shurfong, yet he had escaped with his life. It was unbelievable. Everyone get ready. The demon god's phantom hasn't noticed me yet. I'll open a spatial gate that teleports us to the first floor. As soon as it opens, go through it. Shurfong shouted his command when his teammates only stared at him. The only way to flee from a Tier 5 curse like Extinction Flames was to teleport out of range with a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll. Although Shurfong didn't have one on hand, he had the 7 Luminaries Ring, an extraordinary life-saving tool. With the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement, he could teleport to any location within a 600,000-yard radius. But when he had jumped into the spatial tear the skill created, the curse's flames had followed, scorching him and nearly taking his life. Fortunately, he had activated disintegration power, which temporarily granted him a Tier 4 player's defense and HP. If he had only relied on Heavenly Dragon's power's defense and HP, that attack would have been the end of him. However, space movement had a 3-minute cooldown. If the demon god came at him again, he wouldn't survive. He couldn't just leave the Hell Legion and his comrades here. And now that Atlock was so furious, the demon god's phantom would transform every inch of the Star Tomb into a land of death. Aqua Rose and the others could only survive if they left the regional dungeon now. Shurfong didn't waste any time in summoning the spatial gate. The rest of his team realized that they were in a race against time as well, and they charged through the spatial gate the moment it was complete, vanishing from the Star Tomb's second floor. By the time Atlock had realized what was happening and used space movement himself, everyone had fled through the spatial gate already. Despicable thief! I will never let you get away with this. Atlock roared as the spatial gate disappeared as well. Meanwhile, once Shurfong was outside of the Star Tomb, he received a system notification. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU system. You have triggered the legendary quest, Demon God's Wrath. You have stolen Demon God Atlock's treasure, and the Demon God has employed the soul curse against you in retaliation. Not only will Demon God Atlock and his kin hunt you, but you will suffer triple the death penalty. In addition, you will lose 1 level every 7 days. Once your level falls below level 100, the Demon God will find you. Quest content: kill Demon God Atlock's phantom doppelganger. No time limit. Quest reward unknown. As Shurfong received the system notification, everyone else heard the sound of a system announcement. Star Valley Region System Announcement. A player has triggered Star Valley's legendary event, Demon God's Wrath. A Demon God's Shrine will activate in Star Valley in 1 day. Players will have the opportunity to receive the demon god's legacy at that time. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and all players within Star Valley heard it clearly. For a time, an uproar shook Star Valley to its very core. Chapter 2495. Star Valley Shaken. Star Valley has a demon god's legacy. Chapter 2495. Star Valley Shaken. Star Valley has a demon god's legacy. What's going on? The system is releasing a god's legacy. Won't it make players invincible in God's domain? The demon god's shrine? I have to check it out. After the system announcement, many players in Star Valley practically glowed with excitement. They wanted nothing more than to charge toward the demon god's shrine to investigate the event. In God's domain, legacies were even more important than weapons and equipment. Legacies could transform players' foundations, setting them up with a more advanced starting point than others. With a powerful legacy, players could also learn stronger skills or spells. They could even obtain top-tier weapons and equipment that were specific to their legacy. An ordinary legacy could boost an ordinary player into the ranks of experts. However, legacies were incredibly rare in God's domain, even rarer than epic items. Most importantly, legacies weren't publicly available. Players could only obtain one through luck. And yet, not only did the demon god's shrine offer a legacy to the general public, but the system had also declared that it was a demon god's legacy. This wasn't just some random legacy, barely related to the demon god. Why wouldn't players go crazy over this news? God's legacies were the highest-ranking legacies in God's domain. Even the various super guilds' big shots dreamed of obtaining one. Unfortunately, God's legacies were so rare that players could only find them if they were truly lucky. While the players in Star Valley were in an uproar, news had reached the various superpowers. What? A demon god's legacy? Someone has managed to uncover a demon god's legacy? Look into this matter immediately. Find out who was responsible for activating the demon god's shrine. That player must have more details about the development. I want all of our guild's tier 3 experts sent to Star Valley immediately. We must secure the demon god's legacy before the other powers. The various superpowers went mad when they learned of the demon god's shrine, dispatching organized expert teams to Star Valley. They also ordered investigations into the player responsible for activating the shrine. For a time, the various powers experts and independent experts flooded Star Valley. While all of these players gathered, hunting for the demon god's shrine, silence reigned over the Hell Legion, which rested a short distance away from the Star Tomb. None of them were sure whether they should congratulate Shurfeng or pity him. None were more familiar with the situation than they were. Shurfeng was responsible for activating the demon god's shrine in Star Valley and for the availability of a god's legacy, yet he couldn't have anything to do with it. This legendary event was the main god system's way of ridiculing the swordsman. The situation also changed what they understood about God's domain. Shurfeng had already turned their understanding of the game upside down, yet this legendary event had gone beyond that. Despite contributing the most to this legendary event's activation, Shurfeng had the lowest chance of obtaining the event's reward. It almost seemed like the demon god, Atlok, were deliberately spiting Shurfeng for his wit. Although Shurfeng had acquired the inferior legendary treasure chest contents, he had no chance of obtaining this god's legacy. Atlok was acting as vindictive as any human. Hell Legion's members even wondered if the demon god was human with human emotions rather than a computer program. That was a god's legacy they were talking about. Such a legacy was many times more precious than a fragmented legendary item. The two weren't even in the same realm in terms of their value. Is it really necessary to go so far over an inferior legendary treasure chest? Shurfeng gave the system notification a bitter smile. Normally, The demon god's temptation should have ended the moment he escaped the temple. That was the outcome every player that had plundered a demon god's temptation had met with during his past life, but for some reason, his situation turned out to be wildly different. Not only had the demon god continued to chase him after he had left the temple, but Atlock had even posted a bounty on his head. He had even offered a god's legacy as the bounty's reward. This was just absurd. It's just a god's legacy. Guild leader. It's not worth our time. Kola said, clicking his tongue as he read the system announcement. Right. We're strong enough that we'll have plenty of chances to obtain other gods' legacies in the future. Aqua Rose added, nodding in agreement, although Kola and Aqua Rose tried to reassure their guild leader. The Hell Legion's members realized that they were simply putting up a strong front. They were talking about a god's legacy. After all, only the most fortunate players had a chance to obtain one. Moreover, based on how this event had been triggered when Shurfong slipped through Atlock's grasp, the requirements to obtain the legacy likely involved targeting Shurfong. NPCs often hunted down gods' domains players, but since the gods couldn't appear on the continent right now, Atlock was forced to post a bounty. Guild Leader Black Flame, you don't need to be concerned about this. The demon god might be using a god's legacy as bait, but obtaining it will likely be a major challenge. This might even be another of the demon god's traps. At least you managed to get your hands on the treasures in that chest, Hell Rush said, trying to console Shurfong. Thank you for your concern, Commander Rush, but I don't really mind the situation, Shurfong said, smiling at Hell Rush when he saw the man's pity. He didn't actually care that Atlock had placed a bounty on his head. He was far more concerned about the triple death penalty and weekly level reduction, but as long as he took extra care and maintained his leveling speed, the penalties shouldn't pose a problem. While the demon god's legacy might be more valuable than a fragmented legendary item, perhaps even more than a legendary item, he had no desire for it. Atlock's legacy was on par with Aqua Rose's Sea God's legacy. At most, it was a peak legacy. Moreover, Hell Rush didn't know that Atlock wasn't the only demon god after his life. He had plenty of time bombs threatening his life in God's domain. What was one more? If offending a demon god meant that he could get his hands on a fragmented legendary item, he didn't mind offending a few more. None of the Hell Legion's members believed Shurfeng's claim. However, they had all witnessed the swordsman's strength. If anyone had a chance of obtaining the demon god's legacy, it'd be Shurfong, but since the man in question had brushed the issue off, they could only nod and smile in response. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, right. Guild leader, what did you get from the treasure chest? Kola eagerly asked, ignoring the Hell Legion's skeptical looks. Kola's question reminded Shurfong that he hadn't inspected the items. He immediately opened his back to see what he had won. He had been too busy fleeing for his life earlier, so he hadn't had the time to investigate his loot. Once he had escaped the Star Tomb, his personal system notification and the regional announcement had demanded his attention. As Shurfong inspected the items, he was stunned. It's no wonder why that demon god's reaction was so extreme. If I had been in his position, I'd have gone crazy, too. When Shurfong saw the crystal radiating divine might in his bag, realization dawned on him. Chapter 2496, Inferior Legendary Treasure, Chest's Treasures. Chapter 2496, Inferior Legendary Treasure, Chest's Treasures. What's wrong, Guild Leader? Aqua Rose asked, curious when she saw Shurfeng's odd expression. They had gone to great lengths to loot the shrine's treasure chest. If the items weren't valuable, they'd have suffered a great loss. It's nothing. I'm just surprised by how excellent our harvest is, Shurfong said, chuckling. Not only did we obtain a few legendary materials and the Star of Light I was after, but we've also obtained an epic weapon set, a fragmented legendary item, and a dark gold set equipment forging design. Feng then shared the information on the several weapons, equipment, and design he had obtained in the team chat. He had no intention of the items. Absolute Shadow, Dagger, Main Hand, Epic Rank, Level 100, Level 150 equipment requirement. Strength 2, 3 attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 6,325. Level 100. Strength plus 422. Agility plus 376. Endurance plus 350 attack speed plus 18 attacks carry the power of shadows. During attacks, reduce target's defense by 30%, 35% chance to cause 270% damage, 10% chance to trigger Shadow Raid, increasing user's attack speed by 40% for 3 seconds. When equipped, main attribute increased by 10%, secondary attributes increased by 8%, reaction speed increased by 10%, all of weapon skills effects increased by 10%, completion rate with all weapon skills increased by 2%, ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill, Shadow Strike. Every attack accumulates 1 point of shadow energy, independent from sub-absolute shadow. When 12 points of shadow energy have been accumulated, all shadow energy will automatically release, increasing user's strength by 100%. Set effect. When both main and sub-absolute shadow are equipped, main attribute increased by an additional 15%, secondary attributes increased by an additional 10%, physique increased by an additional 15%. Gain the finishing skill, Dark Dance. Dark Dance. When activated, user enters stealth and attack speed increases by 20% and movement speed increases by 30%. User leaves stealth if attacked or attacking. Duration, 15 seconds cooldown. 10 minutes, Absolute Shadow, Dagger Subhand, Epic Rank, Level 100, Level 150 equipment requirement. Strength 2,100 attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 5,725. Level 100. Strength plus 385. Agility plus 355. Endurance plus 324. Attack speed plus 16 attacks carry the power of shadows. During attacks, armor penetration increased by 20%, 25% chance to cause 300% damage, 15% chance to trigger Phantom Strike, creating an impact equivalent to 120% of user's strength to a 3 by 15 yard area. When equipped, main attribute increased by 10%, secondary attributes increased by 7%, reaction speed increased by 10%, all of weapon skills effects increased by 10%, completion rate with all weapon skills increased by 2%, ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill, Frenzied Shadow. Every attack accumulates 1 point of shadow energy, independent from main absolute shadow. When 30 points of shadow energy have been accumulated, all shadow energy will automatically release, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Magic Light Pendant. Necklace Fragmented Legendary Rank. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 2,000. Vitality 2,100 attributes adjust according to user's level. When equipped, all attributes increased by 35%. Obtain Magic Light Body, increasing physique and mana affinity by 30%. Additional passive skill 1. Mana Draw. Draws mana from the environment to recover user's mana. User regenerates 1% of their maximum mana every 5 seconds. Additional passive skill 2. Mana Heart. All spell effects increased by 30%. All casting time reduced by 25%. All spell completion rates increased by 5%. Additional active skill Mana Recharge. Forcefully elevates all spell effects by 1 tier to a maximum of tier 5 for 12 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. Dark Demon Set Forging Design. Dark Gold Rank. Set Level 110, Level 125 6-piece set. Dark Demon Gauntlets, Dark Demon Breastplate, Dark Demon Helmet, Dark Demon Leg guards, dark demon boots, dark demon bracers, class restriction. Plate armor classes, set effect, 4-piece effect. Increases main attribute by 10% and all skill completion rates by 3%. 6-piece effect. Increases physique by 20%. Upgrades physical armor to magic armor. When they saw the several items details, both Zero Wings members and the Hell Legion were stupefied. Aren't this inferior legendary treasure chests items a little too awesome? They're more than awesome. If an assassin equipped those daggers, they could reach for the heavens. Not only would their attack power be off the charts, but they could kill other players undetected. Those daggers are impressive, but they're garbage compared to the necklace for magical classes. I bet I could even challenge my Tier 4 promotion quest as soon as I meet the level requirement with that necklace. That dark gold set equipment is just as incredible. The 6-piece set effect actually converts the set's defensive rank into magic armor. Opponents would have a hard time dealing damage to a player in that set. If an entire team could wear the Dark Demon set, they'd become an unstoppable army. Every member of the Hell Legion drooled when they saw the items. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing would gain such astounding items. Not only had Shurfong secured a fragmented legendary item, but he had also obtained a top-tier epic weapon set and dark gold set equipment forging design. These items were likely as valuable as the demon god's legacy. Hell Rush was particularly jealous, especially when he saw the Dark Demon set. It was godly equipment for plate armor classes. For a moment, he even forgot about the demon god's legacy. Magic armor was closest to rivaling divine armor. Not only did it reduce the damage from non-piercing attacks of the same tier by 30%, but it also reduced magic damage by a significant margin. It even doubled the damage reduction from attacks of a lower tier. To put it simply, every plate armor class dreamed of obtaining such equipment. If he could arm the Hell Legion's plate armor members with Dark Demon sets, they'd become an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Although the demon god's legacy was amazing, it wouldn't be as visibly effective at this stage of the game. Its effects would only become more apparent once players had reached higher levels and tiers. The Dark Demon set, on the other hand, could offer immediate results the moment players equipped it. After seeing these items, Hell Rush was certain that Shurfong hadn't suffered from this transaction. Shurfong might have lost an opportunity to gain a legacy, but with these items, he could boost the strength of Zero Wing's main force. They'd be particularly helpful when Zero Wing raided super large-scale team dungeons. You're too impulsive, guild leader. You shouldn't have shared that information. Now, it won't be long before the various superpowers find out about those items. Some of them will try to take them from us, especially aiming for that magic light pendant. I'm afraid that the various superpowers' magical class experts will do everything in their power to get their hands on it. Aqua Rose scolded. She had felt a little exasperated when Shurfong had shared the weapons and equipment's details with the Hell Legion's members. She realized that Shurfong wanted to reassure that Zero Wing hadn't suffered, but exposing a fragmented legendary item like the magic light pendant was unwise. It won't hurt anything if they know. Besides, hostile powers will assume that we've gained something powerful even if we didn't say anything. I just opened an inferior legendary treasure chest. After all, rather than let them guess blindly and target us in secret, they might as well know everything. That way, we can reduce the risks, Shurfong said, chuckling. All right, it's about time for us to head back. Hiding the details of his harvest wouldn't have been an issue if the Hell Legion hadn't watched him open the inferior legendary treasure chest, but they had seen everything. Hiding his harvest was impossible. He'd much rather reveal the items and use them to elevate Zero Wing's fame than encourage the various superpowers to hunt the guild in the dark to find out what he had obtained. Top-tier weapons and equipment were always a hot topic among players. As the public learned about these items, they'd come to know about Zero Wing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He had another purpose for revealing these items to the Hell Legion. He needed to conceal the crystal inside his bag. That crystal alone was worth more than the other items combined. Even high-tiered NPCs would try to take the crystal from him if they found out about it. He wouldn't even be surprised if an NPC attacked within an NPC city. This crystal was actually a god's heart, something even more precious than legendary items. The small crystal was enough to cause an uproar across all of God's domain. Shifeng didn't even dare to appraise the crystal at the moment, much less take it out of his bag. On the off chance that the crystal caused a commotion, he'd die from regret. With that said, Shifeng retrieved a return scroll and teleported back to the Starlight Fortress. He had lingered in the Star Tomb for long enough. Chapter 2497, Changes to the Starlight Fortress, Star Valley. Starlight Fortress, Chapter 2497, Changes to the Starlight Fortress, Star Valley. Starlight Fortress. As Shifeng and the others returned to the Starlight Fortress, they were surprised by the sight that greeted them. Players now crowded the previously unpopular Starlight Fortress, and some hadn't even reached level 100 yet. These players hawked their wares from the fortress's streets, selling all kinds of resistance potions and equipment. Some of them even sold level 100-plus secret silver weapons and equipment. Such prosperity made it hard to imagine that the Starlight Fortress was a small fortress that had only opened less than a week ago. It looked more like a medium fortress that had been open to the public for several months. Why are so many players here? Thunder Beast was stunned and confused as he glanced at the crowded streets. He knew that very few players, other than Divine Tribe and his team, had been in the fortress before they had left on their expedition. The Starlight Fortress's entrance fee and general expenditures were exorbitant. After all, remaining in the fortress for one extra day alone cost players another magic crystal. Not even experts like him could tolerate such a high price, not to mention normal players. With how Shifeng ran the fortress, Thunder Beast thought he would be fortunate to earn enough to sustain the fortress's daily operations. But contrary to his expectation, the Starlight Fortress practically overflowed with wealth, most of which came in the form of magic crystals. This fortress was almost more profitable than a grade 3 or Vane. The situation even astonished Hell Rush. Even if the Demon God's Shrine has attracted quite a few players to Star Valley, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't have developed so quickly. What exactly happened here? Hell Rush watched the players wander the fortress's streets in confusion. He had expected the Starlight Fortress to become a popular location in Star Valley. Not many on the Western continent could resist the temptation of a demon god's legacy, and if they wanted to obtain it, they had to spend some time in the area. There was no denying that the Starlight Fortress was the best resting spot in Star Valley. The cost of living in the fortress might be incredibly high, but compared to a demon god's legacy, the cost was practically negligible. However, less than half an hour had passed since the system announcement. How had so many players gathered in the fortress in less than 30 minutes? Commander, I think the mana here has changed. Since we've arrived, my mana affinity has increased, a Tier 3 Elementalist informed Hell Rush. I can even sense a significant amount of the 3 supreme elements in the fortress's ambient mana. The 3 supreme elements? Doesn't that mean that this environment can rival that of ancient times? Hell Rush couldn't help his growing excitement. Ordinary players wouldn't have a clue about the environment of ancient times or its effect on players, but as the Hell Legion's commander, he understood much about God's domain. If the Starlight Fortress's environment resembled that of ancient times, the players resting in the fortress would have a much easier time unlocking their mana body's potential. Every player's mana body consisted of all 7 elements, and within an environment that lacked the 3 supreme elements, unlocking one's mana body was excruciatingly difficult. What did you do, guild leader? There are so many players here now. Our daily income should be far more than 200,000 magic crystals. Aqua Rose asked Sherfong when she saw the crowded streets. With so many magic crystals, we won't have to worry about producing the Dark Demon set. Not only did the Dark Demon set's production require a lot of rare materials, but it also required a ridiculous number of magic crystals. Forging a single set required 10,000 magic crystals, and the other rare materials could only be purchased with magic crystals. Overall, crafting each Dark Demon set would cost at least 20,000 magic crystals. Not even some ordinary powers could afford such an insane production cost. Zero Wing had already spent almost all of its magic crystals on materials from Divine Tribe and during the Starlight Fortress's capture. With how few they had left, developing the Starlight Fortress would prove challenging, not to mention crafting the Dark Demon set. The Starlight Fortress operated like a giant machine that relentlessly devoured magic crystals. Just keeping the fortress's magic array running was a huge expenditure, to say nothing of the summoning tower and fortress prison. Overall, the Starlight Fortress cost a minimum of 30,000 magic crystals per day. Zero Wing had already been forced to borrow magic crystals from Divine Tribe to sustain the fortress. However, now that the Starlight Fortress's player population had exceeded 200,000, the fortress earned a minimum of 200,000 magic crystals per day. Even after deducting the fortress's various expenditures, Zero Wing would earn more than 100,000 magic crystals in daily profit. Over 100,000 magic crystals of pure profit. Zero Wing wasn't even capable of earning so many magic crystals per day, even with Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, and the guild's several Orvanes. I haven't done anything. Players are just becoming more perceptive, Sherfong said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's excitement. The Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress. Once it opened to the public, it would gradually attract the 3 supreme elements from its surroundings to recreate its original environment. However, this was a very long and arduous process. It would still take some time before the fortress had an environment that could rival that of ancient times. Even so, the feature was incredibly precious to God's Domains players. The environment wouldn't only be useful to players trying to unlock their mana body's potential. It would also help as players tried to climb through the tiers. As players aimed for higher tiers, they had to have a basic understanding and control of the 7 elements. Without this control and knowledge, they'd always be weaker than others of the same tier. As for the matter of the Dark Demon set, he had been nursing a headache over the issue as well. Forging a few sets might not be much of an issue, but if he wanted to mass-produce the Dark Demon set, he'd need enough magic crystals to give the various superpowers heart attacks. Fortunately, the Starlight Fortress had been developing wonderfully while he'd been gone. Without this progress, he would have only been able to stare at the forging design. While he had solved the problem of materials, however, he still needed sufficient manpower. He couldn't do it all by himself. He would need at least 2 other advanced master forgers to ensure a reliable success rate when Proto-Happy faced the Dark Demon set. The cost of failure would even be enough to put a first-rate guild in the red. Suddenly, a party of level 106+ peak experts, led by a beautiful woman, approached Sherfong. The graceful woman was none other than Phythalia, the Divine Hymn Legion's commander. Surprisingly, Phythalia had lost a level, falling to level 106, and a faint, deathly aura surrounded her, signifying that she was currently in a weakened state. The revelation shocked Sherfong and the others. "I've finally found you, Guild Leader Black Flame," Phythalia said with a somber expression. "Has something happened?" Shi Feng replied with a question. Communication between those within the star tomb and those outside of it was severed. To contact players on the other side, one would have to do so through offline means. However, Shi Feng hadn't been worried with Divine Tribe's forces and the Silver Divine Dragon protecting the Starlight Fortress, and as such, he hadn't left any of his guild's experts behind in the fortress. Mythology's people arrived. Not only have they demanded that Divine Tribe hand over the temporary residence, but they've also demanded that Zero Wing surrender 51% of the Starlight Fortress's shares. Phythalia said, "What about your level?" It didn't surprise Shi Feng that a super guild like Mythology had set its sights on the Starlight Fortress, but he was surprised to see that Phythalia had lost a level. "It's nothing. I fought Mythology's people and lost," Phythalia explained. "That's what I want to talk to you about. I don't know what kind of power Mythology's members have obtained, but they can completely conceal their auras. Even when they fought inside the fortress, the Divine Dragon needed some time to sense them. If Mythology causes more chaos in the fortress, I'm afraid that we won't be able to contain it. Even you weren't a match for them." Hal Rush was stunned to hear about the recent events. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Hal Rush knew how strong Phythalia was. She was definitely as strong as he was. Even Mythology's old monsters should have a difficult time defeating her, and her guards followed her everywhere. Logically, no one should be powerful enough to kill her. They have a way to conceal their auras. Shi Feng fell into deep thought for a moment. He was aware of plenty of methods to conceal one's aura in God's domain, but none of those methods could hide one from a divine dragon, even for a short time. Mythology's people also asked me to relay a message. They've said that they will show up once more after the demon god's shrine has activated and hope that Zero Wing will have considered their proposal carefully. If Zero Wing refuses to cooperate, it will have to bear the consequences. Phythalia had a huge headache over the situation. The group of players Mythology had sent to the fortress was incredibly powerful, and they could completely hide their auras. If a fight broke out between them, the Starlight Fortress would pay the price. Chapter 2498, God's Heart. Chapter 2498, God's Heart. As Phythalia finished speaking, silence fell. Hal Rush frowned at hearing the news. Mythology is being too arrogant. Do they think Netherworld Empire is powerless? Thunderbeast, who stood nearly 3 meters tall, bellowed in rage. This was infuriating. Not only had Mythology extorted Zero Wing with its declaration, but it also ignored Netherworld Empire. The public had long since learned of Netherworld Empire's partnership with the Starlight Fortress. Every superpower on the Western continent knew of it. Naturally, there was no way a super guild like Mythology hadn't heard. And yet, Mythology demanded 51% of the Starlight Fortress's shares. Not even Netherworld Empire had any of the fortress's shares. By demanding 51% of the fortress, Mythology had essentially declared that it was more powerful and important than Netherworld Empire. Phythalia, do you know who's leading the team for Mythology? Hal Rush asked in a frosty tone. It seems it's been so long since our last battle that Mythology's people have forgotten about the Hell Legion. The temperature around the group dropped as Hal Rush spoke. The ambient mana began to freeze as if reacting to his emotions. Obviously, Hal Rush's mana control was already considerable. Commander Rush, you mustn't act rashly. These people belong to a newly formed team from Mythology. Their leader is a young, silver-haired man. He only looks to be around 22 or 23, and he has already replaced Trembling Hand as the first vice commander of Mythology's strongest trump card legion. All of his teammates are roughly the same age, but they're all incredibly strong. Not even our team's strongest assassin is as fast as they are. They move like ghosts. When they had appeared behind me, I hadn't noticed their presence at all. Phythalia elaborated when she realized that Hell Rush intended to pick a fight with these mythology members. Their team will be especially difficult to take down in the fields. She understood Hell Rush's rage, but this team had a little over a dozen players, and they could all vanish without a trace. If the Hell Legion fought these players in the Starlight Fortress, they might be fine, but the Legion would only be running towards its death if it tried to take them on in the fields. With the complex terrain in the fields, not being able to sense one's opponent would leave one blind. Even if Hell Rush and the others were strong, those mythology members were exceptionally fast. Pinning down just one of those players would require 5 or 6 peak experts at the very least. And there were over a dozen of those experts. When these players had attacked the dozens of peak experts under her command, she hadn't been able to stop them. These mythology members targeted a single player before fleeing once they killed their mark. It was easy to imagine how formidable they'd be out in the fields. He's replaced Trembling Hand? How is that possible? Thunder Beast was astonished. Trembling Hand had been known as a genius ever since he had joined the virtual gaming world. He had fought in virtual games for over a dozen years now and had long since reached the domain realm. He had achieved just as much in the domain realm as Hell Rush, and the man was still in his 30s. He was currently at his prime, and he still had plenty of room for improvement. The various superpowers upper echelons all believed that Trembling Hand was the most likely player to become the commander of mythology's strongest trump card legion, and yet he had lost his position as first vice commander to a youth. Even Hell Rush wore a grim expression after hearing the news. It's no wonder why they dared to spout such nonsense. It seems they're not all talk after all. Hell Rush thought, his eyes narrowing as he thought about how to deal with these people. If what Phythalia said was true, this would be a major problem. There were only a few members of the Hell Legion who could go up against Trembling Hand. None of the rest of the Legion's members would last very long against him. Meanwhile, the youth Phythalia mentioned could evade detection, and was even stronger than Trembling Hand. If that were true, none of the Hell Legion's members would last more than a handful of moves against this silver-haired youth. Unless the target had an invulnerability skill or spell, not even Hell Rush could help before the youth executed 3 or 4 moves. Meanwhile, if this youth wanted to escape, they'd need at least 20 peak experts to stop him, and that was assuming that these experts didn't lose sight of the young man. Commander Phythalia, do you have a record of their entry and exit from the fortress? Shifeng asked. No, they seemed to have just appeared, and based on their behavior, they had no issues slipping past the gate security. Not even the Tier 3 NPCs noticed them, Phythalia said, shaking her head. Divine Tribe had stationed some of its Tier 3 personal guards to manage the Starlight Fortress's front gate, but when she had checked the NPC's asterisk records, there was no mention of the players from mythology. It was as if these people had appeared out of thin air. Stopping these players at the fortress's gate wasn't even possible. This is interesting, Shifeng said, smiling. Interesting. Phythalia could not help but roll her eyes. For a moment, she wondered if Shifeng understood the severity of this situation. With the ability to enter and leave the Starlight Fortress freely, no one could stop these players from causing chaos within the Starlight Fortress. The Starlight Fortress had just taken off. If chaos ensued inside, it would spell tragedy for the fortress's development. Nobody wanted to remain in an unsafe location, especially when important resource transactions were involved. Of course, leave the rest to Zero Wing. Although I will have to continue to trouble you regarding the fortress's daily security, Commander Phythalia, Shifeng said as he nodded confidently. If this had happened before he had obtained a god's heart, these ghost-like experts would have been a huge headache for him. Without the ability to instant kill these players, they could disappear to any random comer of the fortress, and that would be the end of the story. He would have no choice but to let these people leave. However, the situation had changed. He now had a god's heart, a source of eternal energy that rivaled the value of divine artifacts. Not only could one use this god's heart as a power core, but one could also release the eternal energy it contained and use it to learn new concepts. It was the best item when trying to comprehend new information. Eternal energy was an even more powerful energy than mana. Only the gods could use and gather the energy, and even they struggled to collect it. Since the gods had long since removed themselves from the world, finding eternal energy had become incredibly difficult in God's domain, even for Tier 5 NPCs, who stood at the apex of this world. A single, small drop of concentrated eternal energy would be enough to incite an all-out brawl between Tier 5 NPCs and Tier 6 God-ranked players. Meanwhile, the god's heart in Shifeng's bag was a condensed form of eternal energy, which not even an empire's entire wealth could buy. Initially, Shifeng had wanted to learn the rest of the memory crystal's content once he had returned to the eastern continent and found an ideal venue for studying the information. Tier 3 players' foundations were their mana bodies, and only by unlocking his epic mana body's potential could he display his full strength. He'd then be able to explore the maps that contained Solomon's Sword's remaining fragments. Hence, he needed a location that could help him gain the most benefit from the Iliades memory crystal. However, now that he had a god's heart, he wouldn't have to go to such great lengths to learn the crystal's contents. Once he found enough privacy to take the god's heart from his bag without exposing it to others, he could create his own venue, the best in God's domain. Fortunately, the Fortress Lord's Mansion was the perfect location. Shifeng then parted ways with Phythalia and the others, making his way to the mansion. Phythalia was dumbfounded as she watched Shifeng and Zero Wings members walk away. She couldn't fathom what was going through the swordsman's mind. At such a crucial moment, Shifeng had reacted similarly to Hell Rush, intent on taking his anger out on these mythology players. "What should we do now, Commander?" the Tier 3 shield warrior beside Phythalia asked. "The ruckus mythology caused has already scared plenty of merchant players away. If mythology causes another scene, I'm afraid everyone in the fortress will panic. Controlling the situation won't be easy. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU forget it. I don't care anymore. Let mythology's people cause a scene if they want. Once Zero Wings people realize how severe the situation is, we should be able to curb mythology's experts as long as our 3 guilds work together," Phythalia said, as she massaged her forehead. She had already learned that trying to dissuade Shifeng from doing anything foolish was a waste of time. She might as well let him try whatever he had planned. Once he failed, he'd approach Divine Tribe to work on a solution together. "There's no need for such pessimism, Commander Phythalia. Who knows? Guild leader Black Flame might actually be able to show these mythology members who's boss. Zero Wings' strength is the real deal. Even if Zero Wings players can't stop mythology's experts completely, they should be able to give them a run for their money," Hell Rush said, attempting to console Phythalia. Hell Rush didn't think Zero Wing had enough power to take out this team from mythology by itself either. But with experts like Fire Dance and her comrades, they should be able to give mythology a huge headache for their trouble. Now, it was just a matter of waiting to see who lasted longer. While Phythalia and Hell Rush conversed, Shifeng had reached the Fortress Lord's Mansion's core room. He used the Fortress Lord's token to activate the room's defensive magic array before carefully retrieving the crystal that emitted a faint trace of divine might from his bag. Chapter 2499, Epic Mana Body Unlocked. Chapter 2499, Epic Mana Body Unlocked. As Shifeng pulled the god's heart from his bag, faint mana pulsed throughout the dark and quiet core room. It wasn't a lot of mana, but it had enough power that space within the room trembled. When the pulse encountered the room's magic barrier, it too began to tremble, almost failing to block the mana. Sure enough, a god's heart is intensely powerful. I only took it out of my bag, and it nearly felled the room's magic barrier. Shifeng stared at the magic barrier around the room, astonished. Fortunately, he was within an ancient fortress's core room. This magic barrier was far stronger than ordinary versions. Even mythic monsters would have an extremely hard time trying to destroy it. Had he retrieved the god's heart in any other location within the Starlight Fortress, the barrier wouldn't have been able to contain the mana pulse. The energy would have escaped and caught the attention of everyone within the fortress. However, this pulse of mana had also substantially increased the mana density in the room. A gentle layer of mist now filled the core room. If players trained here, they'd likely be able to practice bronze combat techniques without rest. They could train to their heart's content, following which Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to appraise the god's heart. Augustus's damaged heart, inferior divine artifact, rank material. This is the barbarian god Augustus's heart and crystallization of eternal energy. When Augustus had fallen, the demon god, Atlok, had secured his heart and repeatedly modified it. Once one has activated the magic array engraved on the heart, the user will be exposed to dense eternal energy for 12 hours. The magic array will require 3 months to recover after each activation. Restoring the magic array's eternal energy is possible by sacrificing one god crystal. Amazing! Atlok had transformed a consumable god's heart into a tool that can supply endless eternal energy. When Shifeng read Augustus's heart's description, he was shocked. God's hearts were typically one-time use consumables. When players released the eternal energy contained within, the god's heart would release all of its energy. Eventually, the god's heart would run out of eternal energy and fade from existence. Only a few Tier 5 NPCs could control the release of eternal energy from a god's heart, allowing them to use the item multiple times. Even so, they couldn't change the fact that the god's heart would vanish when it ran out of eternal energy. And yet, Atlok had successfully modified Augustus's heart, transforming it into a tool that could offer endless eternal energy. Shifeng had certainly hit the jackpot this time. It was no wonder why Atlok was so determined to kill him, even using a demon god's legacy as bait. Although one could only use the modified Augustus's heart for 12 short hours, it was more than enough time for players. The only major flaw was the 3-month cooldown. Even so, Augustus's heart was unbelievably amazing. Players would encounter countless roadblocks on their road to higher tiers in God's domain, and it wasn't possible to overcome all of these roadblocks at once. Players would have to face them, one after another. The Tier 3 mana body and Tier 4 mana control were 2 examples. However, Shifeng could overcome them all with Augustus's heart. Moreover, he could use a god crystal to circumvent the cooldown. He was immensely satisfied with his latest endeavor. If word of Augustus's heart spread, all of God's domain would go into a frenzy, including both players and NPCs. Shifeng took a moment to suppress his excitement and began to activate the magic array within Augustus's heart. He was prepared to accept the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana body legacy. However, Shifeng frowned when he examined the array. This magic array was more complex than any he had encountered before. Manipulating it would be intensely challenging, even now that he had become an intermediate master magician. A basic master magician would have no chance of activating this magic array. Sure enough, the main god system won't just hand players so much power. Shifeng gave the magic array a bitter smile. He had wanted to use the god crystals he had on hand to help Kola and the rest unlock their mana body's full potential once he had done so himself. The sooner they did so, the more they would benefit in the future. However, it seemed that that wouldn't be possible. Activating Augustus's heart's magic array would be absolutely impossible unless one had become an intermediate master magician. His dream of forming an army of powerful experts had just shattered. Becoming a master magician in God's domain was far easier than becoming a master forger, yet very few players were capable of accomplishing the feat naturally. Reaching every subsequent rank after becoming a basic master magician was incredibly difficult, even more so than rising through the ranks after becoming a master forger. In all of Zero Wing, only Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud had high chances of becoming basic master magicians. Everyone else would still have a long road ahead of them, and 2 players simply weren't enough to form an army. Shaking his head, Shifeng banished his thoughts and began to focus on learning and decoding the magic array. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. As he completed the final strand of Mana's trajectory, Augustus's heart lit with a colorful glow. Streams of purple mist then flowed from the item and into Shifeng. Suddenly, Shifeng felt incredibly comfortable, and his mind was unprecedentedly clear. The eternal energy proved many times more effective than the densest mana. Wasting no time, Shifeng retrieved the memory crystal Iliade had given him and started to study her legacy on the mana body. The goddess's mana body technique was more complex than her mana technique legacy. Not only did it contain information on mana and the methods to control it, but it also contained concise information on the structure of mana bodies. According to Iliade's research, the higher a mana body's rank was, the more complex it would be. Subsequently, one would need a more complicated mana control method to use their mana body. An epic mana body was on par with a super large-scale magic array consisting of several hundred smaller arrays. There were many ways to control this super large-scale magic array, but only one would give a player full control over the entire array. They'd have to construct a simple magic array that would allow the user to control multiple core arrays. The more core magic arrays this simple array could control, the more power the super large-scale magic array could exhibit. If Shifeng had tried to process all of the information within the memory crystal before he had obtained Augustus's heart, none, even the densest mana, would save him from the headache. Fortunately, the eternal energy around him was amazingly beneficial. Not only did it boost his comprehension and memory, but it also allowed him to try to create the simple magic array that was necessary for controlling the flow of mana within his mana body. For a time, Shifeng radiated stronger and weaker mana at random intervals. At his strongest, he radiated dense enough mana to rival that within Stoneforest City, and at his weakest, he radiated roughly the same density as the mana found in ordinary NPC cities. During the process, Shifeng rapidly unlocked more of his mana body's potential. 40%, 55%, 70%. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, as Shifeng continued to unlock his epic mana body, his progress slowed. By the time the memory crystal's duration ended, Shifeng had only reached 82% of his potential. He was still far from 100%. In the 9 hours since he had activated Augustus's heart, he had only unlocked 91% of his mana body's potential. Just as the 12 hours were almost up, an intense wave of mana exploded from Shifeng's body, forming a mist in the core room. The mist was light, easy to miss if one weren't paying attention, but it was undeniable that Shifeng exuded mana that was so dense it condensed into its liquid form. Finally, success. Shifeng's eyes flew open, flashing with excitement as he observed the mana that automatically flowed throughout his mana body. Chapter 2500, Frightening Improvement. Chapter 2500, Frightening Improvement. In God's Domain, Tier 3 NPCs were considered powerhouses that could protect NPC cities. However, players only became powerhouses once they had unlocked their mana body's full potential. Only with a fully unlocked mana body could players enter and leave certain locations freely. If they tried to do so without unlocking their mana body, only death would await them. The Star Tomb regional dungeons entry requirements were actually quite low. Even Tier 3 players that hadn't fully unlocked their mana bodies could explore the area, albeit barely. In comparison, certain unique areas were full of incredibly corrosive energy, and Tier 3 players wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in these areas without unlocking their mana body's full potential. Unlocking their mana bodies was the only way players could protect themselves against the corrosive energy. This was why players were only considered powerhouses once they had fully unlocked their mana bodies. Most importantly, the skills and spells players used would be far stronger once they had unlocked their mana bodies than those who hadn't. So, this is an epic mana body. Astonishment colored Shurfeng's features as he sensed the dense mana radiating from his body. He had never dreamed that an epic mana body would be this powerful. Normally, a mana body relied on its own mana to function, but his mana body could attract ambient mana and use it to strengthen and nourish itself. His epic mana body had also coated his body with a thin barrier of mana. The barrier was easy to miss if one weren't paying close attention. It almost felt like a skin-tight suit. It trapped a significant portion of the mana radiating from him, drastically reducing the amount of mana wasted. Not only did this mana barrier improve his recovery, but it also ensured that the mana around him was far denser than normal. The addition of this mana barrier alone doubled or tripled his survivability in the fields, especially in low mana environments. When he fought in such harsh environments, he wouldn't have to worry about losing a significant portion of his combat power. Shurfeng tried to manipulate his mana body, guiding the mana around him into his hands. He instantly felt like a black hole as the ambient mana gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, a faint layer of mana mist formed on the surface of his palms. Shurfeng's fist then shot out as he punched the empty air. Pung! Space exploded around his fist, as if the punch had created a vacuum. Space around him trembled at the power of the strike, and the core room's magic barrier shuddered. With this power, I can now likely solo a mythic monster of the same level, even without my berserk skills. Shurfeng gasped when he saw the results of his punch. He had merely executed a normal punch, and he didn't even have his weapons equipped. The difference between a player's attack power with a weapon and without one in God's domain was massive. With Killing Ray equipped, his prior punches had only been able to break the sound barrier. He had only been able to make space tremble and create spatial tears when he used the secret technique Lightning Flash. Yet now, without any techniques or weapons, he could exhibit power on par with when he wielded Killing Ray. An epic mana body provided horrific power. In his opinion, although mana bodies massively boosted players' strength, they didn't provide this much power. The benefits of unlocking his mana body thus far could already rival that of a fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, he had only unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. If he could push beyond that, his strength would rise to a whole new level. After 100%, every additional percent would provide tremendous power. As far as Shurfeng knew, players had only reached 120% of their mana body's potential in the past. It was easy to imagine how frighteningly powerful 120% of an epic mana body's potential would be. Even transcending tiers would be possible. Elated, Shurfeng started to practice Iliadi's mana technique. He had now unlocked 100% of his mana body's potential. Going beyond that would take some time, and it would be as difficult as creating a master magic array for an apprentice magician. Fortunately, unlocking more than 100% of his epic mana body wasn't the only way to transcend tiers. He could also rely on the help of a mana technique. He had experienced Eliade's holy annihilation personally, and despite suppressing herself to Tier 3, the Heavenly Blue Saint's attack could instant-kill or heavily injure Tier 4 beings. If Shifeng could master Eliade's holy annihilation, the mana technique would prove significantly helpful. He hadn't been able to learn the technique earlier since he hadn't unlocked his mana body fully yet, but now that he had, he could truly practice the holy annihilation. Mana techniques weren't like combat techniques. Combat techniques consumed the user's stamina and concentration, but mana techniques, on the other hand, only consumed concentration. Players generally avoided using combat techniques in harsh environments, trying to conserve their stamina due to the heavy burden the environment placed on them. However, with a few exceptions, these harsh environments did not affect players' concentration consumption. Hence, God's Domain's experts that had grasped mana techniques, whether self-taught or learned from the system, had an easier time exploring the world, especially the maps with harsh environments. Now that Shifeng had achieved his goals in visiting the Western continent, he needed to search for Solomon's sword's remaining fragments to maintain his advantages and pave a smoother path for Aqua Rose and his other comrades as they aimed for Tier 4. If he put the task off, it would only be a matter of time before the various superpowers, with how fast they were developing, would overpower Zero Wing. If he could learn Eliade's mana technique now, not only would he have a much better chance of securing the fragments of Solomon's sword, but he could also teach the technique to Aqua Rose and the others. As Shifeng tried to mimic the way Eliade had executed the first sword, Light Shadow, the more the Heavenly Blue Saint amazed him. Eliade's mana technique even seemed slightly stronger than the mana techniques the demon god, Atlok, had used. The first sword, Light Shadow, used all 7 elements, and executing the strike proved even more difficult than Lightning Flash, a bronze combat technique. Shifeng needed to channel and gather his mana for several seconds before he could attempt to execute Light Shadow. Atlok had also needed some preparation time before executing his mana technique. The demon god had spent several seconds preparing the black hole, the last attack he had used against Shifeng. Even though Atlok had executed the mana technique through his phantom, that phantom had still been at the Tier 5 standard. The goddess, on the other hand, had executed Light Shadow, Holy Devour, and Holy Annihilation without any preparation time whatsoever. On the contrary, it has seemed as if she had been able to pause her technique, releasing her attack when she needed to in a systematic manner. When Shifeng thought about that fight, he realized the intervals between each of her attacks had been exactly the same. Even at the Tier 3 standard, Eliade had accomplished the feat as Shifeng continued to practice Light Shadow. However, he was able to reduce the time he needed before executing the technique. Initially, he spent nearly 8 minutes preparing his strike, but now he could do so after around 5 minutes. The more Shifeng practiced, the more he understood about mana control. 2 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, while Shifeng was immersed in his training, he received a call request from Phythalia. Guild Leader Black Flame, Mythology's people are back. They are all gathered in the Starlight Bar, and I think they've found a way to deal with your divine dragon. More of them have arrived as well. Now, there are more than 30 players in their group, Phythalia reported with a somber expression. Dealing with the dozen-plus experts had already been a struggle, but now more than double had shown up in the Starlight Fortress. Even if Zero Wing, Divine Tribe, and Hell Legion gathered all of their peak experts in the fortress, suppressing these mythology players would still prove difficult. They've returned so soon? Shifeng muttered in surprise. However, when he glanced at the time, he realized that he had been training for over half a day. It had felt like time had passed even more quickly than when he had worked to unlock his mana body. He then sheathed his swords and grinned. "All right, I'll be right there." With that, Phone disconnected the call and left the core room. Chapter 25:01 Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. Chapter 25:01 Mythology Arrives, Starlight Fortress, Starlight Bar. The Starlight Bar was usually the most popular bar in the Starlight Fortress, but right now, the bar, which was half the size of a football field, was silent as everyone stared at the group of players in black, drinking quietly in the middle of the establishment. No one even dared to breathe too loudly. The rest of the crowd wasn't simply reacting in such a way because the black-clad players had appeared like a group of magicians. Rather, their reactions were due to the fact that every one of those players wore mythology's guild emblem. So, they're the rumored experts for mythology? Amazing! I see them, yet I can't sense their presence. How did they do it? It seems that even mythology can't help but get involved now that the demon god's shrine had appeared. Once everyone had gotten over their shock at seeing these players, they quietly chatted amongst themselves. Some players were afraid, while others were excited. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming world. Every player on the Western continent was familiar with its reputation. News of mythology's black-clad players causing chaos had already spread throughout the fortress. Not only had these players avoided the Divine Dragon's wrath, but they had also managed to slay quite a few of Divine Tribe's experts. Even Phythalia, the commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions, had lost her life in battle. In response, Divine Tribe had dispatched even more experts to patrol the Starlight Fortress's streets. It had even sent plenty of Tier 3 personal guards to join the patrols. However, not only had mythology's experts snuck into the city again, but more of them had come as well. Now, they even congregated in the Starlight Bar, the fortress's most popular bar, drinking like normal customers. They treated the Starlight Fortress like they would their own hometown. Mythology is amazing, boss. They're completely disregarding the fortress's divine dragon. It seems the Starlight Fortress will soon have a new owner. The ruthless man from the Stormheart Adventurer team admired as he watched the black-clad players from mythology. When he had encountered the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon, he had only felt fear. Players had no chance against it in his opinion, yet these black-clad players acted as if the divine dragon didn't even exist, coming and going from the fortress as they wished. Mythology's foundations were simply frightening. Mythology certainly is stronger than the other superpowers. Aside from those players' ability to conceal their presence, their combat standards are impressive. They're all bona fide peak experts. Several of them are even stronger than I am. I don't even know how I would fight that silver-haired youth leading the group. I don't think he's even human, Crow said as he observed Mythology's members, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. If they decide to cause a scene in the fortress, there will be a mess, and no one will be able to do anything about it. With the situation as it is, even Zero Wing, with all its advantages, will have to make concessions for them. Crow knew that the various superpowers were no match for the 5 great super guilds, but he had never imagined that the gap between them would be this massive. Mythology's black-clad players were at least level 107, but their auras were even powerful enough to make an expert like him feel uncomfortable. The weakest member of the group had basic attributes to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Fighting just one of those players would pose a huge problem for him. If he had to face 2 or 3 simultaneously, there was a very high likelihood that he'd fall. To make matters worse, there were over 30 of these experts in the bar, and all of them could completely conceal their auras. This was just a nightmare. There was also the silver-haired leader to worry about. Although Crow could not sense the youth's aura, his instincts told him that if he came within 30 yards of the young man, his life would be forfeit. While the bar's patrons quietly watched Mythology's experts, the group in question acted as if none of the surrounding players existed at all, chatting with each other, and utterly carefree. Commander, the higher-ups are being really stubborn. They still want us to negotiate with Zero Wing as a show of respect for Netherworld Empire. Why should we have to show anyone any respect? We should just capture the Starlight Fortress. With the fortress, mythology can claim the demon god's legacy once the demon god's shrine activates. A tall, slim woman carrying a war hammer and sturdy shield grumbled. As far as she was concerned, Netherworld Empire had only partnered with Zero Wing because it wasn't strong enough to take the fortress for itself, but mythology was a different story. Capturing the Starlight Fortress wouldn't be difficult for her team, especially now that they had grown stronger. Not even taking out Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion would be an issue, let alone capturing the Starlight Fortress. They had no reason to fear the guild. I concur. We'd be better off giving Zero Wing a beating and taking the Fortress Lord's mansion. We shouldn't need to go to the trouble of targeting Divine Tribe to get at the Eastern Guild. If we don't teach him a lesson, Black Flame will think the West is just like the Eastern continent. A young assassin carrying 2 short swords added, nodding in agreement. Mythology's power was limited on the Eastern continent, and thus what it could accomplish there was limited, but in the West, squashing Zero Wing would be child's play. Not even the Divine Dragon's protection could save Zero Wing's players. Mythology's foundations on the Western continent were just that far beyond what Zero Wing could imagine. Don't get careless. Netherworld Empire has its reasons for working with Zero Wing. Based on recent reports, Zero Wing already has 5 members with fully unlocked mana bodies. Those players are extraordinarily strong. If they show up, follow the backup plan. Activate your battle arrays and face them in 4-man cells. The rest of you will continue as we initially planned. If the Divine Dragon approaches, retreat immediately, the silver-haired team leader ordered, watching his impatient team members. Rest assured, Commander, aside from the dragon, these players are nothing. I don't know how those Zero Wing players unlocked their mana body's full potential so quickly, but so what? The assassin youth loudly and fearlessly proclaimed, if Zero Wing's members really do show up, I'll make sure none of them leave alive. The rest of Mythology's team nodded. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU fully unlocking one's mana body might substantially increase one's combat power, but their advanced battle array was no trivial matter. As long as they activated their battle arrays, they could combine the strength of 4 players. The player that received all this power would be even strong enough to take down a mythic monster of the same level, much less Tier 3 players. If Zero Wing's members dared to show their faces, their team could slap them down with ease. Is that so? I'd like to test your claim. Then. Suddenly, everyone in the bar heard a deep voice, and the speaker immediately caused an uproar. Every player in the Starlight Bar spun toward the speaker, assuming whoever had been so bold must be crazy. This player had just directly challenged Mythology's experts. They must be suicidal. 2 people, a man and a woman, walked into the bar. The woman was the beautiful, elegant Phythalia, while the man felt as dark as night. Chapter 25:02 Silent Starlight Bar. Chapter 25:02 Silent Starlight Bar. As Sherfong and Phythalia entered the Starlight Bar, interrupting the black-clad Mythology members' conversation, an uproar broke out among the spectating patrons. Crap! Isn't that Beauty Phythalia, the commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions? It seems they're going to start another fight. A fight? This'll be a war. I hadn't thought I'd get lucky enough to watch this unfold personally. Many of these players were experts with vast information networks. They were, more or less, aware of the struggle between the various superpowers over the Starlight Fortress. Now that Mythology had taken the initiative to pick a fight with the Starlight Fortress, a war between the various superpowers was unavoidable. although none of them had expected it to begin so soon. Clashes between experts, particularly those from the various superpowers, were extremely rare learning opportunities in God's domain, especially for the players that got to watch the fights personally. They'd be able to learn far more than from watching a recording of the battle. This was precisely the reason that the various powers constantly tried to gain entry tickets to the various superpowers' Dark Arena. Unfortunately, without adequate connections, normal players didn't even qualify to enter the Dark Arena. However, compared to the battle unfolding right before their eyes, the Dark Arena's battles were nothing. The various superpowers participants in the Dark Arena never went all out, but this situation would be different. To secure the right to rule the Starlight Fortress, all parties involved would fight with everything they had. While the bar's spectating patrons became excited, Mythology's members turned to give Sherfone cold looks. Every one of them was restless, eager to get the fight started. Sensing these black-clad players' hostility, Phythalia felt a headache brew. She had tried to convince Sherfone to gather some manpower before confronting Mythology's members, but Sherfone had headed for the Starlight Bar the moment he had heard about their arrival. Sherfone was the only player that had a claim over the Fortress Lord's mansion. If anything happened to him, defending their hold on the fortress would become far more difficult. The various superpowers had already stationed plenty of experts in the Starlight Fortress. If the fortress suddenly lost its owner, they'd cause a huge commotion. Not even Divine Tribe's forces would be able to stop them. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Sherfone to the Starlight Bar, contacting the players under her command to meet them there on the way. Sherfone, however, had done the unexpected again and picked a fight with Mythology before the backup she had called could get there. They were currently facing over 30 peak experts, and these weren't any ordinary peak experts. Not only could they hide their auras, but they were all incredibly fast. If these peak experts decided to attack as one, the consequences would be dire. "You're quite daring, you bastard," the short sword-wielding assassin youth said, sneering at Sherfone. "Show me whether or not you have the strength to support that courage." Just before the assassin could step forward, however, the silver-haired youth beside him extended a hand, blocking his path. "Commander," the assassin asked, confused about why his leader had stopped him. But the silver-haired player hadn't offered an explanation. Rather, he smiled at Sherfone. "So, your guild leader Black Flame," the silver-haired youth said, smiling. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Silver Ghost, the first vice-commander of Mythology's #1 trump card legion." Is he the player that foiled Vice-Guild leader Cold Shadow's plan? It's no wonder why he spoke so boldly earlier. He's really brave. He actually came here without any backup. Does he intend to offer a compromise? After Silver Ghost's introduction, realization dawned on the rest of Mythology's members. Their goal was to seek out Sherfone and negotiate. "Since Commander Phythalia has come with you, I'm sure she told you about my offer. What do you think about it, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Silver Ghost patiently asked, glancing at Phythalia before returning his gaze to Sherfone. Silver Ghost had fought Phythalia personally, so he knew that she was a monster-level expert. She also had a party of peak expert bodyguards. Normally, she and her bodyguards shouldn't have any issue defeating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts. Unfortunately, his team wasn't here for Phythalia. Even with her strength, she had no chance against 3 or 4 of his subordinates. She'd be doomed if over a dozen of his teammates attacked at once. The only real threat in the Starlight Fortress was Netherworld Empire's Hell Legion. Not only did the Hell Legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but they were all extraordinarily strong as well. However, if his team intended to cause chaos in this fortress, not even the Hell Legion was powerful enough to stop them. I have no reason to consider it. Since Zero Wing is strong enough to capture the Starlight Fortress, it's strong enough to hold it. If you want to fight, bring it on. Shifeng calmly stated, eyeing Silver Ghost. How unfortunate. Silver Ghost could only sigh at Shifeng's reply. Why are you still wasting your time with him, Commander? The assassin youth sneered. Let my group deal with him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll continue to assume that mythology is powerless against him. That's right. If we don't show him our strength, he'll likely assume that we left earlier because we were afraid of him. The rest of mythology's team nodded. Their previous visit to the Starlight Fortress had merely been a form of greeting. Now that Shifeng had rejected their goodwill, they had no reason to hold back. In fact, if they continued to act passively, Shifeng would treat their guild as a joke. All right, your group can deal with him, but make it quick. Everyone else, pay attention to your surroundings. Retreat as soon as the Divine Dragon approaches. Silver Ghost said, granting the assassin youth permission to take action. Thank you, Commander. I'll make sure to end the fight quickly. The assassin youth replied with a hungry expression. He turned toward Shifeng and continued, You've been pretty arrogant, bastard. Let's see if you can back up those words. Suddenly, divine runes lit up all across the assassin's body and enveloped another 3 mythology members behind him. A powerful aura began to radiate from the assassin youth, growing stronger by the second. After just 3 seconds, his aura was so intense that a sense of dread overcame everyone in the bar. How is his aura so powerful? It's almost as intense as a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level. The bar's patrons gaped at the young assassin. Is this a sample of mythology's foundations? The situation shocked the ruthless man from Stormheart. Although it wasn't possible to determine a player's strength based on their aura, that aura would at least hint at their strength. At this stage of the game, Tier 3 players still struggled to defeat great lords of the same level, and in Star Valley, players couldn't use their berserk skills. If a player had the strength of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level, they'd be able to move through Star Valley unhindered. With that kind of power, even killing Tier 3 MTs would be as easy as swatting a fly. They hadn't actually used their full strength earlier. Phythalia watched on with a grim expression. When she felt the assassin's violent aura, she was overcome with despair. She had hoped that the Hell Legion's experts and Zero Wing's 5 experts, those that had fully unlocked their mana bodies, would be enough to suppress mythology's invading experts. But seeing these black-clad players now, she found the idea laughable. A peak expert that was as powerful as a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species could even toy with a Tier 4 summon creature. After all, players' combat techniques allowed them to push their combat power to its limits, perhaps even beyond them. Aside from the Starlight Fortress's Divine Dragon, no one in the fortress could stop the assassin before her. An advanced battle array. Shifeng muttered when he saw the divine runes coating the assassin youth's body. You seem to know a lot, bastard, but that won't change anything. Licking his lips, the assassin youth continued. Now, I'll teach you just how foolish your decision was. The assassin then took a step forward, instantly vanishing. Neither he nor his aura could be found within the bar. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. I guess Zero Wing's guild leader is going to die. Crow, Stormheart's commander, said, closing his eyes. Not only did that young assassin have basic attributes that could rival a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, but he could also completely conceal his presence. Crow couldn't even sense the youth's life aura. With such capabilities, that assassin was practically invincible among players. Fights between experts were typically so fast that they were impossible to follow with the naked eye. Thus, experts usually had to rely on all 5 senses during combat. Otherwise, their opponent would quickly overwhelm them. Now that the assassin youth had vanished, players couldn't rely on their sight to keep up with his ghostly speed. Trying to keep up was a joke. How was one supposed to find an enemy they couldn't even detect? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, at the moment Mythology's assassin had vanished, Shifeng unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and slashed the empty air to his right. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal filled the Starlight Bar, and an intense impact shattered the ground. All players within 30 yards of the swordsman stumbled back from the shockwave. Almost as everyone heard the first collision, another loud bang followed. A figure then slammed into the wall, to Shifeng's right, indenting the wall. It was none other than the assassin youth that had only disappeared a moment ago. Chapter 2503, First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2503, First Sword, Light Shadow Silence. Terror. For a time, everyone in the Starlight Bar became dumbfounded. Shifeng had deflected the young assassin, who seemed as strong as a Tyrannosaurus Rex and was fully capable of concealing his aura with a normal attack. Who would ever believe this? Is he really a Tier 3 player? The ruthless man from Stormheart was stunned when he saw the assassin embedded in the bar's wall. The assassin youth still had most of his HP remaining, but that was precisely what frightened the ruthless man. If Shifeng had merely noticed the assassin's movement and found an opportunity to strike the youth's weak point, it would have still shocked the man, but he would have more or less understood how Shifeng's attack and thrown the assassin. However, seeing that the assassin had only lost a small amount of HP from the hit made it clear that Shifeng's sword hadn't struck the assassin directly. The youth had actually blocked the attack with his own blades. In a battle of brute force, the young assassin had lost. The assassin youth's basic attributes rivaled that of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level. Not even ordinary Tier 3 players with active berserk skills were that strong. And yet, Shifeng had emerged victorious in a battle of strength. Moreover, the swordsman had done so without relying on skills or tools. He hadn't used a berserk skill either. He had merely executed a normal attack. When Mythology's other members saw the assassin embedded in the wall, they, too, were dazed. Sandstorm lost. How is that possible? Did he fail to control the battle array's power? All of these Mythology members knew just how powerful a player was after the boost from the advanced battle array the assassin youth, Sandstorm, had used. Sandstorm would even have the strength to take on Tier 4 mythic monsters, not to mention Tier 3 players. Using the advanced battle array was expensive, so they couldn't use it casually. The only reason that Silver Ghost had agreed was to prove Mythology's strength to Zero Wing. None of them had expected this outcome. Shifeng had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. For a moment, they wondered if Sandstorm had been careless and failed to grasp the battle array's power. How is he so strong? Phythalia, on the other hand, stared at Shifeng's back with wide, astonished eyes. Although she had heard McCaffrey and the others claim that Shifeng was a monster-level expert, she had assumed that was only the case against ordinary Tier 3 players. However, she had just watched him throw one of Mythology's experts, whose strength had been enhanced by an advanced battle array, with one normal strike. Just what was going on? While everyone wrestled with their shock over the situation, Silver Ghost turned to Shifeng, guessing, "So, you've unlocked your mana body's full potential already." In his opinion, Shifeng's strength was secondary. What was more impressive was the fact that the swordsman had kept track of Sandstorm's movements. No ordinary Tier 3 player should be able to sense Sandstorm's aura, and with the assassin's speed, keeping track of him visually should be impossible. The only explanation Silver Ghost could think of was that Shifeng had fully unlocked his mana body and relied on his mana body's incredible mana to create a mana field around himself. Shifeng had then relied on the mana field to locate Sandstorm. They could conceal their auras thoroughly, but their physical existence remained. Their ability didn't hide them from mana, which was how Shi Feng could rely on his mana field to locate the assassin. Silver Ghost's statement caused an uproar within the Starlight Bar. What? He's already unlocked his mana body's full potential? I haven't even heard of a single expert among the various superpowers to accomplish that feat. Have you? Any player capable of visiting the Starlight Fortress was an expert, and many of them had already reached Tier 3. Naturally, the topic of Tier 3 mana bodies had long since become a hot topic among players like them. It had already become common knowledge that players wouldn't be able to exhibit the full power of a Tier 3 class after completing their Tier 3 promotion quests. They still needed to unlock their mana body's potential. Unfortunately, that wasn't an easy task. Most players didn't even have a clue about how to go about unlocking their mana bodies. All they could do was work to improve their mana control. And yet, while players were still trying to figure out how to start unlocking their mana bodies, they learned that Shi Feng had already completed the task. Why wouldn't they be surprised? It's no wonder why he dared to provoke mythology. Realization dawned on Crow when he heard Silver Ghost's statement. He had wondered why Shi Feng was confident enough to make an enemy of mythology. These mythology experts were incredibly powerful, and after they activated their battle array, they'd become monsters that current players stood no chance against. Only the Starlight Fortress's divine dragon could suppress them. However, even after he realized what Shi Feng had accomplished, Silver Ghost didn't panic. He actually smiled. The combat power boost from a fully unlocked mana body is certainly amazing. I hadn't considered that Sandstorm wouldn't be a match for you. Even after activating his advanced battle array, Silver Ghost told Shi Feng. However, I wonder how you'll fare against 8 experts on Sandstorm's level. As Silver Ghost finished speaking, the mythology members behind him promptly activated their battle arrays as well. In total, these players activated 7 more battle arrays, and the combined aura of the array's beneficiaries was so powerful that none of the Tier 2 players in the bar could move. As for the Tier 3 players, their legs began to tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Sandstorm pulled himself from the hole in the wall and sneered at Shi Feng. "Punk, I'll admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us. We can easily brush off your attack's damage with our enhanced recovery. This battle array even triples our stamina and concentration recovery rates. How long do you think you can last against us?" Sandstorm growled contemptuously. The advanced battle array didn't just increase his basic attributes, it also boosted his maximum HP and defense. Right now, his defense was twice as high as Tier 3 MTs of the same level, and he had more than 2 million HP. Shi Feng's attack might have had a lot of impact, but he had only taken a little over minus 10,000 damage. It wasn't even enough to itch. The spectators, who had relaxed after Shi Feng's counterattack, fell silent again, and Phythalia continued to watch with a grim expression. She had never dreamed that mythology had prepared so many advanced battle arrays. Shi Feng was likely at his limit dealing with one expert empowered by an advanced battle array, but now he'd have to take on 8 of these experts. Moreover, every one of his opponents had incredible defense and HPs. They could easily whittle Shi Feng down until he died. "Let's see you try," Shi Feng indifferently replied, sweeping his gaze over mythology's members. His comeback only incited another uproar within the bar. What? He's actually going to fight such a force? Cool. Too cool. As expected of the expert that took down the Starlight Fortress. Very few players in God's domain can match his courage. They had all assumed that Shi Feng would try to run from mythology's experts. Now that they had activated 8 advanced battle arrays, only the fortress's divine dragon could stop them. However, Shi Feng chose to stay and fight. He was practically a hero from legend. "Are you crazy?" Phythalia hissed at her companion. They're not going to fight you one-on-one. They're going to come at you together. Shifeng had repelled Sandstorm with a normal attack, but that was all. The outcome of an actual fight between the two wouldn't be over that quickly. If Shifeng could only deal a little over minus 10,000 damage, there was no way he could kill the assassin. The advanced battle array doubled Sandstorm's battle recovery, which meant that the assassin could easily chip away at Shifeng's HP while recovering his own. If 8 experts like Sandstorm attacked Shifeng together, Zero Wings Guild leader would be lucky to stay alive for a while, much less defeat these experts. Before Phythalia could try to dissuade Shifeng, however, Silver Ghost laughed. "Very good. You are truly brave. It's no wonder why you dare to make mythology your enemy," Silver Ghost said, smiling. He then turned to Phythalia and said, "I am a generous person. Why don't you both try to take us on? I'll even wait until your reinforcements arrive." "That won't be necessary. You should really face me together. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as you claim," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Bastard!" Sandstorm snarled. Enraged, he immediately charged at Shifeng again. As the assassin moved, the 7 other empowered experts did the same, dashing toward Shifeng like a violent gale. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. All 8 of Mythology's experts were in perfect sync as they attacked Shifeng simultaneously. As long as Shifeng tried to attack one of them, the other 7 would strike at his vitals. This was the same method they had employed to take down Phythalia while they charged at Shifeng. However, he raised Killing Ray above his head and shut his eyes, patiently waiting for Sandstorm and his companions to reach him. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. Just as the assassin youth and Mythology's other experts were about to strike, Shifeng's eyes abruptly opened, and he swung his sacred sword in a downward arch. First Sword, Light Shadow. Chapter 2504, The Power of Mana Techniques. Chapter 2504, The Power of Mana Techniques. When Killing Ray descended, the mana around Shifeng immediately gathered to form a phantom greatsword around the sacred sword. Immediately afterward, the phantom greatsword, which was 20 meters long, tore apart space. Those looking at the phantom greatsword from a distance noticed a pitch-black trail in the phantom greatsword's wake. A skill. When Sandstorm and the others saw the phantom greatsword ripping even space itself, they were sure that the greatsword's power was at the Tier 4 standard. They instinctively thought to dodge the attack. After all, although they possessed basic attributes rivaling Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level, they were still a far cry from the Tier 4 mythic standard. However, Shifeng's attack had appeared too suddenly and was too fast. Moreover, the attack had a very large AoE. Evading it was simply impossible. They had no choice but to receive it directly. "Block it together," Sandstorm shouted, following which, under Sandstorm's lead, all 8 experts from Mythology executed Tier 3 skills simultaneously. Triple Shadow, Spatial Severance, Thunder's Wrath. All 8 melee players used their strongest offensive skills without hesitation, every one of which was executed at a completion rate of 90% or better. For a time, over a dozen attacks could be seen striking the descending greatsword. Boom! The instant the attacks of both sides collided, a powerful storm blew, sending all Tier 2 players within a 50-yard radius stumbling back. A small crater even formed on the ground directly beneath the point of impact. As the dust settled, a gash that was over 20 meters long and 2 meters deep appeared in the middle of the bar. As for Sandstorm and the others, although they were not bashed into the floor, they were still forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before they managed to stabilize their footing, each step they took shattering the tiles beneath them. The force from the impact also left their hands trembling violently, and every one of them lost over 100,000 HP. For a time, Shock and confusion reigned in the entire bar. Previously, everyone had already found it unbelievable that Shi Feng had sent Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Now, he had actually overwhelmed Sandstorm and 7 other experts of similar strength with a single move. Shi Feng's combat power was simply heaven-defying. Skills executed with a fully unlocked mana body are actually so powerful. Crow's eyes brimmed with shock when he saw that Shi Feng remained standing at his original location despite clashing with 8 of Mythology's empowered experts. Although everyone had gained a general understanding of the mana body after reaching Tier 3 and knew that the mana body could provide a player with a huge boost in combat power, he had never imagined that the boost would be this amazing. At this moment, aside from Crow, many other Tier 3 players also grew excited upon seeing this scene. Now, their desire and eagerness to fully unlock their mana bodies waxed even higher. After all, Shi Feng had just proven to them that it was possible for a Tier 3 player to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. This meant that they could clash against mythic monsters of the same level. They might not be able to kill mythic monsters yet, even with that kind of power, but they would at least have the foundations to raid mythic monsters. Mythic monsters, at this stage of the game, level 100 plus mythic monsters were bosses that generally only first-rate powers or above could raid. However, players could get rich overnight from the loot these bosses dropped. Meanwhile, Phythalia, who stood behind Shi Feng, was also momentarily stunned by this scene. She never thought that Shi Feng's strength had reached such frightening heights. He had actually managed to overwhelm 8 of Mythology's empowered peak experts single-handedly. With this kind of strength, Shi Feng alone would most likely be more than enough to safeguard the entire Starlight Fortress. Nobody would be capable of threatening the Starlight Fortress, so long as he was present. However, just when Phythalia and the other spectating players thought that Mythology would retreat after this exchange, Silver Ghost, who had quietly watched the exchange from a corner of the bar, suddenly started clapping his hands. Amazing! Truly amazing! It's no wonder Vice Guild leader Cold Shadow praised you so much. Silver Ghost said, his joyful reaction making it seem as if the loss of Sandstorm's group had nothing to do with him. Chuckling, he continued, unfortunately, the moment Sandstorm and the others activated their battle arrays, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Even if you can exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard, you still can't stop us. As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, the healers that were powering up the battle arrays started casting healing spells on Sandstorm and the others. Not only did Sandstorm and the others recover all of their lost HP instantly, but their trembling hands also reverted to normal. Upon seeing this scene, Phythalia, who had previously breathed out a sigh of relief, wore a grim expression once more. Due to Shi Feng's frightening display of strength, she had forgotten that this wasn't some official competition between experts, but a brawl between Shi Feng and Mythology's experts instead. Victory would be decided only when one side was annihilated. Meanwhile, in a team battle, it was very normal for melee players to rely on healers. You were pretty good before. Huh, punk. Let's see how you're going to keep it up. Sandstorm, who had fully recovered, sneered as he looked at Shi Feng. The swordsman's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, the 8 of them weren't having a duel with Shi Feng right now, but a fight to the death. If Shi Feng couldn't kill them, this battle would not end. Meanwhile, current Tier 3 players had a very limited number of Tier 3 skills and spells at their disposal. Moreover, unlike Shi Feng, Sandstorm's side had healers. Just like Silver Ghost had said, the outcome of the battle between both sides had been decided since the very beginning. Is that so? Shi Feng smiled. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, he held Killing Ray with both hands and raised the sacred sword overhead once again. The mana inside the bar immediately swarmed toward the sacred sword. Impossible! Sandstorm fell into a daze at this extremely familiar scene. The cooldown of skills and spells generally increased, the stronger and higher-tiered they became. Since Shurfeng had exhibited power at the Tier 4 standard with his attack, the skill he had used should have had a cooldown of several minutes or, at least, a few dozen seconds. However, only about 6 seconds had passed since Shurfeng executed his attack, yet he was using the same move again. This shouldn't be possible. However, before Sandstorm and the others could snap out of their daze, Shurfeng's killing ray was already chopping at them once more. Just like before, a gigantic, phantom greatsword appeared out of thin air and descended on Sandstorm's group like a mountain. However, after all was said and done, Sandstorm and the others were peak experts who had fought on many battlefields before. They immediately responded to the attack with Tier 3 skills of their own. Boom! When the attacks of both sides collided, another powerful storm blew. However, due to the Tier 3 skills used this time being weaker than the ones they used before, Sandstorm and the others ended up in a much more miserable state. Every one of them also sustained more than minus 130,000 damage. Even so, for Sandstorm and the others, who possessed more than 2 million HP, this amount of damage was negligible. Just as the slightly miserable Sandstorm was about to ridicule Shurfeng once more, he suddenly sensed the mana inside the bar rushing toward Shurfeng yet again. Moreover, the swordsman was gathering mana at a much faster rate than before. Before Sandstorm and the others could say anything, Shurfeng's killing ray chopped at them anew. Boom! This time, Sandstorm and the others reacted too slowly to Shurfeng's attack, so they failed to defend themselves using their Tier 3 skills. As a result, every one of them suffered over minus 300,000 damage. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You bastard! I've already said that the outcome of this battle has been decided from, although Sandstorm, who was close to kneeling on the ground, tried to retaliate with mockery before he managed to finish his words. Shurfeng swung killing ray down again. Once, twice, thrice, for a time. Explosions rocked the entire Starlight Bar, one after another. Aside from this sound, nothing else could be heard inside. Finally, after Shurfeng executed his 11th attack, the world around him fell silent as Sandstorm and the 7 other empowered experts from mythology collapsed on the rubble, their HPs zeroed out. Now, they exhibited neither aura nor mana. Chapter 25:05, One-Man Army. Chapter 25:05, One-Man Army, as the bodies of mythology's 8 empowered experts started disintegrating into particles of light. Time inside the Starlight Bar seemed to freeze as everyone stared at Shurfeng's figure in stunned silence. Only much later did everyone snap out of their daze. So strong. So this is the true power of a fully unlocked mana body. When everyone looked at the gash before Shurfeng, which was 4 meters deep and extended over 30 meters, they no longer had any words to describe their current feelings of shock and admiration. Although every one of mythology's empowered experts was ridiculously strong and more than capable of annihilating all the spectating players inside the bar, in front of Shurfeng, mythology's 8 empowered experts were as frail as little children. They didn't even manage to put up any resistance whatsoever before getting Anahil, happy-faced. The strength Shurfeng displayed thoroughly shattered everyone's understanding of the strength of Tier 3 classes. At the same time, all of the independent experts present gained newfound hope. Originally, in a fight between Tier 3 players, the outcome would generally be determined by the number of Tier 3 players each side possessed. An individual Tier 3 player couldn't change the outcome of a team battle involving Tier 3 players. Hence, everyone believed that if Tier 3 independent players wished to avoid getting suppressed, they had no choice but to join a superpower. However, Shurfeng had thoroughly shattered this belief. In front of him, feared and revered Tier 3 players were nothing. Even a group of Tier 3 experts would fall to him in just a few moves. Shifeng had proven that, even if one was alone, one could still play the role of an army. Just like the heroes of legends, he had the strength to change the fate of an entire kingdom or even an empire. Meanwhile, so long as they fully unlocked their own mana bodies, they, too, could replicate Shifeng's feats. Commander, with that kind of combat power, don't you think that Black Flame is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters? The ruthless man from Stormheart asked Crow, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Shifeng. Since Shifeng had single-handedly defeated 8 peak experts with combat power rivaling Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level, his strength could definitely rank at the top among the experts on the Western continent. The feat he accomplished today would start a new chapter of development in God's domain, and maybe even the virtual gaming world. Throughout the long history of the virtual gaming world, the various superpowers had constantly oppressed the experts belonging to non-superpowers. There was no way to reverse the situation. This was especially true with the 5 great super guilds that stood above even the various superpowers. The 5 great super guilds were not existences that individuals could hope to challenge. However, Shifeng had broken this curse time after time. First, Shifeng had made Netherworld Empire concede by using a divine dragon. Now, he had defeated mythology's monstrous team with his own strength. Such amazing battle records would definitely be immortalized in the annals of the virtual gaming world. I don't know whether he is stronger than the 5 great super guilds' true monsters or not, but after today's battle, Black Flame's name will most likely spread throughout the Western continent. No one would dare have any ideas about the Starlight Fortress anymore, Crow said, excitement flashing across his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. The 5 great super guilds were the absolute titans of the virtual gaming world. Many newly risen superpowers might have challenged the 5 great super guilds before, but it had been over 2 decades since a non-superpower had dared to do so. Now, not only did Shifeng challenge mythology's prestige, but he had even routed the Great Super Guild. Just this point alone was more than enough to make Shifeng the topic of discussion for the Western continent's independent players and shake the foundations of the entire continent. This was because Shifeng's feat had illuminated the path for players that did not belong to the various superpowers. Moreover, with the strength Shifeng had just displayed, Crow believed that no one could threaten the Starlight Fortress so long as Shifeng was present. In fact, Crow suspected that even if today's matter spread, no one would believe it. The benefits provided by a fully unlocked mana body are actually that excellent, while the spectating players inside the bar were filled with shock and excitement over this matter. Phythalia was gaping at Shifeng in surprise and confusion from behind him. In God's domain, any powerful skill or spell possessed a long cooldown, even Tier 0 skills and spells. However, Shifeng had executed the same devastating attack 11 times in a row, with almost no gap between each attack. He couldn't have executed a combat technique, as combat techniques relied on the movements of the physical body to execute powerful attacks. Moreover, combat techniques would not attract mana or make it manifest as a giant greatsword. The only explanation Phythalia could think of for this situation was that Shifeng's attack was a special effect resulting from fully unlocking his mana body. If that was the case, then what Divine Tribe needed to do from now on wasn't to devote its efforts to raiding super large-scale team dungeons or increasing the number of Tier 3 experts it had, but figuring out how to unlock the mana body of players. Otherwise, just one expert with a fully unlocked mana body could dictate the direction of a guild war. In fact, just the presence of one such expert might make raiding current super large-scale team dungeons possible. Meanwhile, the mythology members still inside the bar were momentarily dumbfounded by this situation. They had never imagined that Shifeng would actually be powerful enough to destroy Sandstorm's group with just 11 attacks. Sandstorm, and the others each boasted more than twice the defense of ordinary Tier 3 MTs. Their HPs also exceeded 2 million. They could survive against actual mythic monsters for quite some time. However, Shifeng had taken no more than 8 seconds to finish them off. He defeated Sandstorm's group so quickly that the rear line healers couldn't save them. Vice Commander, 8 of our advanced battle arrays have already shattered. We only have 1 remaining. Should we continue fighting? A Tier 3 Ranger asked Silver Ghost. The advanced battle arrays they prepared were no ordinary items. Not only did producing these battle arrays require a lot of precious materials, but using them was also remarkably expensive. This time, the guild had decided to supply their team with 9 sets of advanced battle arrays only to ensure that they secured the Starlight Fortress and gained the initiative when the Demon God's Shrine activated. Meanwhile, they had used 8 sets right off the bat, leaving only 1 set for Silver Ghost's use. Every mythology member present knew full well how strong Silver Ghost was. In the entire Trump Card Legion, aside from the commander, nobody else was a match for Silver Ghost. In fact, even Trembling Hand, the ex-first vice commander of the Legion, lasted only 20 moves against Silver Ghost. Everyone else couldn't even last 10 moves. Silver Ghost's presence was also the reason for their confidence in the success of the operation this time. However, the combat power Shifeng displayed was simply too frightening. They could not help having doubts. Just as Silver Ghost was about to reply, a deafening roar that shook everyone down to their very souls suddenly sounded from somewhere far away from the Starlight Bar. "It's come already? What a pity. Save the battle array for now. We're retreating," Silver Ghost said, sighing as he glanced at the shattered roof of the bar. He then turned to Shifeng and said, "Mythology will give up on the Starlight Fortress this time. However, we will meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame." As soon as Silver Ghost finished speaking, a spatial tear opened up before him. Even though the Divine Dragon had already used spatial imprisonment on the space around the Starlight Bar, it actually failed to stop the spatial tear from forming. When this spatial tear appeared, Mythology's members promptly hurried into it and disappeared from the Starlight Bar. Meanwhile, shortly after Silver Ghost left, a large group of Tier 3 experts suddenly turned up around the Starlight Bar. These Tier 3 experts numbered more than 400, and their appearance made the players inside the bar nervous. "It seems we came a little too late," Hell Rush said, cursing silently when he saw that no Mythology member remained inside the miserable Starlight Bar. To be certain of dealing with Mythology's 30-plus experts, he had gone to great lengths to gather more Tier 3 experts from Netherworld Empire. However, he never thought that he would still arrive a step too late. "You did arrive a little late. The battle just ended, and Mythology's experts have left already," Phythalia said, nodding. "However, I believe they won't come to harass the Starlight Fortress anymore, at least not in the near future." "They won't come back soon?" Hell Rush was a little confused by Phythalia's words. From what he understood of Mythology, the guild definitely wouldn't rest until it achieved its goals. "MHM, you can see what happened yourselves." Phythalia did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, she sent Hell Rush and the others the battle video she recorded. This was because even she herself couldn't understand many aspects of this battle. It would be much better for Hell Rush and the others to watch it themselves. In the video, Shifeng could first be seen sending Sandstorm flying with a normal attack. Then, he could be seen thoroughly overwhelming Mythology's 8 empowered peak experts. Throughout the whole exchange, he looked like a god, an existence that players could not resist. Whether it was Hell Rush and the other Hell Legion members, or McCaffrey and Crimson, who had made contact with Shifeng shortly after he arrived on the Western continent, every one of them nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets. For a moment, they all wondered if the Shifeng portrayed in the video was the same person they knew. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It had only been a while since they last met Shifeng, yet not only did Shifeng manage to fully unlock his mana body during this period, but he had even gained enough strength to defeat 8 peak experts possessing the strength of Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, all by himself. Was he still human? Meanwhile, during the Time Hell Rush and the others were flabbergasted over this matter. Battle videos showing Shifeng's fight in the Starlight Bar started spreading like the plague. These videos soon landed in the hands of the Western continent's various superpowers. What's going on? Mythology was defeated. Chapter 25:06 Fame Spreads. Chapter 25:06 Fame spreads. News of Mythology's defeat was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. None of the various superpowers could believe it. Previously, Netherworld Empire's concession had already been plenty shocking to them. However, Netherworld Empire's decision was still understandable, as the Divine Dragon really wasn't an existence that players could oppose. Now, despite Mythology having gained a method to evade the Divine Dragon's detection, it had still failed to gain control over the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, Mythology's failure wasn't even due to the Divine Dragon, but Shifeng, a Tier 3 player. How could they possibly bring themselves to believe this news? This was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds they were talking about. It had already been many years since an individual player could resist the assault of one of the 5 great super guilds. Every person who had attempted to do so had been thoroughly suppressed, left with no choice but to submit to the will of the 5 titans. Now, however, not only did Shifeng stand in Mythology's way, but he had even single-handedly killed 8 of Mythology's monstrously strong experts. The various superpowers' upper echelons immediately took action. They not only abandoned all plans to make things difficult for the Starlight Fortress, but also forbade the expert teams they had dispatched to Star Valley from causing any trouble inside the Starlight Fortress, especially when Shifeng was known to be present inside the fortress. The reason for their decision wasn't just Shifeng's repulse of Mythology's assault, but his monstrous strength, let alone killing a few Tier 3 experts. Even annihilating a 100-man team of Tier 3 experts would be child's play for him. Shifeng was truly a one-man army, and an existence that had to be feared. In addition, the Starlight Fortress was currently the only captured fortress in Star Valley. If the various superpowers wished to develop properly in the Forbidden Land, then having access to the Starlight Fortress was a must. If they ended up barred from the fortress, they would definitely die of regret. As for taking direct action to capture the fortress, that was utterly impossible. After all, if even Mythology was helpless against the Starlight Fortress, what could they possibly do? For a time, the various superpowers experts that arrived inside the Starlight Fortress could be seen behaving obediently like harmless sheep. Meanwhile, inside the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion, Shifeng was currently swamped with work. Due to Mythology's defeat and the various superpowers becoming meek, the number of players willing to visit the Starlight Fortress had skyrocketed. These new visitors included many merchant players. Some trading firms had even sought to partner with Zero Wing and offered to rent the Starlight Fortress's shops at a high price. The entire Starlight Fortress became very crowded. Guild leader. According to our latest statistics, the Starlight Fortress's player population is nearing 500,000 already. Rough estimates put us at a daily net profit of over 250,000 magic crystals. Aqua Rose reported, her eyes practically glowing as she looked at the latest statistics report in her hands. At this rate, it will only take us a few more days before we can repair the large battlefield inside the Fortress Lord's mansion. Then, our people will be able to use it for all sorts of combat training and greatly improve their control over mana. Although the Starlight Fortress was an ancient fortress, it couldn't be expanded. In other words, it was impossible to raise the population limit of the fortress. However, it was still possible to conduct repairs on the fortress's basic facilities and increase the fortress's abilities. Among the various facilities available inside the Starlight Fortress, the one that was most useful to players was the large battlefield. Unfortunately, it cost 5 million magic crystals to repair it. Originally, it should have been impossible for Zero Wing to repair the large battlefield in the near future. However, now that the Starlight Fortress had such a large player population, the amount of time it would take to gather funds for repairs should be significantly shorter. The large battlefield was something like a special dungeon on the first underground floor of the Fortress Lord's mansion. Inside this large battlefield, players could fight against all kinds of simulated monsters in the Starlight Fortress's ancient environment. By training inside the large battlefield, players could make tremendous progress in improving their mana control. After all, fighting in a life-or-death battle was many times more efficient than sparring with other players in a combat room. So long as this large battlefield was repaired, Zero Wing could continuously transfer its core experts over from the Eastern Continent to undergo training here, allowing them to unlock their mana bodies several times faster than experts of the various superpowers. The population has increased to such an extent already. Surefoam was a little surprised by Aqua Rose's report. Although he had long since known that his battle with mythology and the activation of the demon god's shrine would trigger a period of rapid development for the foreseeable future, he never thought that the fortress would develop this quickly. It's a pity that the Starlight Fortress is only a small fortress. Otherwise, we would earn many more magic crystals. Aqua Rose said with some disappointment. Magic crystals were becoming increasingly important to current players. This held true even on the Eastern Continent. The reason for this was the demand for magic crystals for the production of high-level weapons and equipment. Now, despite Zero Wing having gained an opportunity to earn a large amount of magic crystals, this opportunity was restricted due to the Starlight Fortress's limitations. A small fortress is already more than enough for us. After all, our foundations on the Western Continent are too shallow. Even if a medium or even large fortress were presented to us, we wouldn't be able to manage it, Surefoam said when he saw the disappointed look on Aqua Rose's face. I understand this as well. The limitation of sending only 10 players to the Western Continent per week is really restricting. It would be great if we could increase that number slightly, Aqua Rose said. She had experienced the Western Continent's benefits already. The development of mana control here was especially excellent compared to the Eastern Continent. If possible, she really wished she could transfer all of Zero Wing's main force members over. With the help of the Starlight Fortress, Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about its Tier 3 members lacking strength. Let's not rush the matter of sending more people over for now. Since we can activate the large battlefield soon, have Yen Tianqing's side make the necessary preparations to start an Adventurers Alliance branch here. Members of the Alliance can accumulate points by completing Alliance-issued quests. Afterward, they can use these points to exchange for time inside the large battlefield or other items. In fact, if their rank in the Alliance is sufficiently high, they can even exchange their points for a private house inside the Starlight Fortress. Surefoam said, it would take too long for Zero Wing to send an adequate number of members over to the Western Continent. Moreover, as players continuously leveled up, more Tier 3 players would fully unlock their mana bodies. Surefoam might be able to defend the Starlight Fortress all by himself now, but he couldn't do so forever. After all, he had plenty of other matters to attend to. He couldn't stay cooped up in a single location for long. If he wanted the Starlight Fortress to experience long-term stability or Zero Wing's development on the Western Continent to accelerate, he needed sufficient manpower and resources. Previously, he had still been troubled as to how to go about doing so. However, with the Starlight Fortress's current popularity and the soon-to-be-repaired large battlefield, attracting a large number of independent experts to join or ally with Zero Wing was definitely feasible. Meanwhile, with a sufficiently large number of experts on its side, Zero Wing would have an easy time establishing itself on the Western continent and securing a sizable chunk of the Western continent's resources. Guild leader, Hal Rush just sent a message stating that Netherworld Empire's higher-ups have agreed to our offer. They are willing to accept our employment, but they have one condition we absolutely must meet. All of the Hell Legion's members should fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month. Otherwise, they want 20% of the Starlight Fortress's shares as compensation. Aqua Rose reported, frowning. Fully unlocking one's mana body was easier said than done. She and the others had managed to accomplish this feat only because they had the fortune of entering the Starlight Fortress's Legacy Gate and Legacy Room. Meanwhile, Netherworld Empire was asking Zero Wing to help the Hell Legion fully unlock their mana bodies. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply impossible. It seems they have finally thought things through. Shifeng smiled when he heard Aqua Rose's words. All right, agree to their conditions. Originally, he had considered Netherworld Empire's agreement to his offer unlikely. After all, the Hell Legion was Netherworld Empire's strongest trump card legion. Not only did the Legion consist of 300 Tier 3 experts, but these players were experts among experts. Fortunately, it seemed that the performance he had put on with mythology was quite effective. The Holy Annihilation mana technique was incredibly powerful. Just the first sword, Light Shadow, already allowed him to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. However, the complexity of Light Shadow was far greater than even bronze combat techniques. The burden it placed on its user's concentration was likewise much greater than that of a bronze combat technique. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, after executing Light Shadow 11 times in a row, he had expended more than half of his concentration already. Had he executed Light Shadow a few more times, he might have entered a state of mental exhaustion. Then, his opponents could have slaughtered him. Guild leader, we're talking about helping them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month, Aqua Rose said worriedly. If Netherworld Empire's demand were simply to upgrade the Hell Legion's level or equipment standard, she wouldn't have been too concerned. However, players mainly had to rely on themselves to unlock their mana body. There were too many variables that could affect this process. Meanwhile, as more time passed, the number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing possessed would continuously increase. There was no need for Zero Wing to be in such a rush to gain Tier 3 experts, using even the Starlight Fortress as a wager. Relax. The process of unlocking the mana body isn't as difficult as you think, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at Aqua Rose. Moreover, many matters in God's domain need to be done sooner rather than later. A delay would mean missing out on many opportunities. In any case, now that Netherworld Empire has agreed to our offer, it's time we return to the Eastern continent. If it were before he had fully unlocked his epic mana body, he really wouldn't be confident of fulfilling Netherworld Empire's condition. However, after absorbing the bountiful knowledge in Iliade's memory crystal, helping the Hell Legion's experts fully unlock their mana bodies within 1 month wasn't a difficult task at all. After all, every one of the Hell Legion's experts was a genius even in the eyes of the various superpowers. Chapter 2507, Returning to the Eastern Continent. Chapter 2507, Returning to the Eastern Continent. We're returning so soon, but we just managed to stabilize the situation here. The Starlight Fortress has also just entered a phase of rapid development. If we leave now, I'm afraid problems will crop up in no time at all. Aqua Rose could not help being confused when she heard Shifeng say that they were returning to the Eastern Continent. The Starlight Fortress aside, what should we do about the Hell Legion's 300 experts? Do you intend to have them guard the Starlight Fortress, Guild Leader? Currently, the importance of the Starlight Fortress was not the slightest bit inferior to the Eastern Continent's Stone Forest City. In fact, the fortress was generating a much larger income in magic crystals than Stone Forest City. It would be a huge waste if they simply packed up and left after making a quick buck. However, the most important aspect of the Starlight Fortress wasn't the magic crystal income it generated, but its environment. The Starlight Fortress's ancient environment made it the best location for developing one's mana control on the Western continent. Although the Starlight Fortress can bring us a ton of wealth and resources, it is just a tiny area on the Western continent. If we wish to have a truly stable foothold on the Western continent and gain a constant supply of resources from it, we need a kingdom or empire of our own. With just the number of players the Starlight Fortress is capable of attracting, securing a place of our own on the Western continent will be a pipe dream, Shi Feng explained, smiling. Therefore, before the Eastern continent's superpowers shift their development focus toward the Western continent, we need to occupy as many teleportation portals on the Eastern continent as possible and send our members over. Otherwise, with just the one portal we currently possess, securing our hold over the Starlight Fortress will be our limit. Originally, he had not planned on extending Zero Wing's development to the Western continent, merely on gaining some additional resources for the guild. After all, travel between the two main continents was simply too difficult. With Zero Wing's current ability, developing on both continents simultaneously was impossible. However, after acquiring the Starlight Fortress and the Silver Divine Dragon, as well as witnessing the power of mana techniques, he had changed his mind. During his previous life, the various superpowers had not placed much importance on mana techniques. Hence, he had thought that mana techniques were nothing to write home about. However, after witnessing and learning the Heavenly Blue Saint Eliade's mana technique, he understood just how much help mana techniques could provide players in challenging their future promotion quests. This was especially true for the Tier 4 promotion quest. Mastering a proper mana technique should reduce the difficulty of players' Tier 4 promotion quest by at least 30%. Even if players failed to master a mana technique, the knowledge they gained should still improve their combat power by a significant margin. After all was said and done, Tier 3 was only a transitional phase for the various powers of God's domain. Ultimately, the ones who would truly decide the strength of a power would be the experts standing at the peak of the game. This was also the reason why first-rate powers could never compete with the various superpowers. Meanwhile, the Starlight Fortress was currently the best location for players to develop their mana control. However, the current teleportation portal Zero Wing controlled only allowed a maximum of 10 players to be teleported to the Western continent each week. Just transferring all official and reserve members of Zero Wing's main force to the Western continent would take several months. By then, everything would be too late. Time waited for no man. With God's domain's current popularity, the development of powers was absurdly fast. This was especially true for the superpowers. With the number of experts and territories the various superpowers occupied, so long as they had sufficient funds and resources, their development speed could be far superior to the current Zero Wings. Hence, what Shi Feng needed to do now was occupy more teleportation portals on the Eastern continent, thereby increasing the number of players Zero Wing could send to the Western continent. That way, the guild would be able to secure resources and advantages from both continents. At that time, the development speed of its experts would easily outstrip that of the various superpowers experts. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement at Shi Feng's words. If Zero Wing truly became capable of teleporting a large number of experts over to the Western continent, then the guild would no longer have to worry about clashing with the various superpowers in the future. It might even become a true superpower. After all, The various superpowers might be superior to Zero Wing when it came to the number and quality of expert players, but in terms of guild resources and income, Zero Wing was not the slightest bit inferior to ordinary superpowers. Guild leader. In that case, why do we need to employ the Hell Legion? In any case, the Starlight Fortress shouldn't face any problems in the short term. During this time, so long as we can continuously transfer large batches of players over to the Western continent, including the 10 of us here, we won't need the Hell Legion to defend the Starlight Fortress at all, Aqua Rose explained. She did not doubt Shifeng's ability to find more teleportation portals. After all, he had created plenty of miracles before. However, she still felt that employing the Hell Legion was a huge waste. After all, the Hell Legion operated only on the Western continent. Meanwhile, unlocking the mana body was a difficult task. Rather than waste time helping other people unlock their mana bodies, it would be much better to help their own guild's Tier 3 experts instead. That way, the guild would receive even greater benefits. The Hell Legion is currently one of the strongest legions in God's domain. How can I possibly waste their strength on guarding a fortress? I plan to bring them back with us, Shifeng explained, chuckling when he saw the look of confusion on Aqua Rose's face. There was no need for him to worry about the Starlight Fortress's security for the near term. After all, he had just defeated mythology. Before the various superpowers gathered sufficient power, they wouldn't dare do anything against the Starlight Fortress unless they no longer wished to mingle in Star Valley. They're returning with us. Aqua Rose was momentarily stunned when she heard Shifeng's words. But we can send back only 10 people each week. The Hell Legion has 300 members. They were talking about 300 players. They would need 30 weeks just to get the entire Legion to the Eastern continent. Of course. Why would I employ them otherwise? Shifeng retorted, smiling. The ancient teleportation portal might be our only way of traveling from the Eastern continent to the Western continent, but we're not limited to just one method of travel if it's the other way around. Other powers could only rely on ancient teleportation portals to travel between the two main continents. However, Zero Wing was a different story. If that weren't the case, he would never have made such a promise to Netherworld Empire. Is it really possible? For a moment, Aqua Rose felt as if Shifeng was joking. Relax. However, there's also no need for us to rush to return right now, either. We still need to wait for Divine Tribe to finish collecting the rare materials we need, Shifeng said confidently. After witnessing the Starlight Fortress's effects and obtaining the Heavenly Blue Saint's legacy, he had given this matter careful thought. Although he didn't know why, traveling between the two main continents was incredibly difficult. However, for some reason, players in the various other worlds had a very easy time traveling to the two main continents. Taking advantage of this point, he was fully capable of bringing everyone to an other world first, then returning to the Eastern continent via said other world. Opening a path to an other world might be difficult for other people, but it was a simple task for Shifeng. This was because he possessed the legendary item Moloch's Ring. With Moloch's Ring, he could open a gate of darkness and arrive at the central area of the Dark Denver. The Gate of Darkness did not place a limit on head count. It merely had a time limit of 3 minutes, which was definitely enough to let 300 players pass through the gate. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to avoid using Moloch's Ring. After all, the more times he used the ring, the stronger it would become, and the less time he would have to prepare before it tried to devour him. However, if using the ring once meant that he could bring 300 Tier 3 experts back to the Eastern continent, he would be more than happy to do so. Following which, Shifeng spent another day or so waiting inside the Starlight Fortress. During this time, he not only signed an employment contract with Netherworld Empire but also had Yin Tianxing and Iluafe familiarized themselves with the Starlight Fortress's Fortress Lord's mansion and various other matters. He planned to have the two of them remain behind to manage the Starlight Fortress. As to why he made such a decision, it was so that Zero Wing could manage the Starlight Fortress properly, as well as ensure the development of the Adventurer Alliance branch that would be established here. After all, when it came to managing adventurer teams, the two of them had a much better understanding than he did. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. While he was doing all that, Phythalia and many other Divine Tribe experts had brought a ton of rare materials and non-bag space materials unique to the Western continent over to the Starlight Fortress, the value of this batch of materials exceeding 3 million magic crystals. Shifeng stored all of them inside his epic spatial bag. Once he brought these things back to the Eastern continent, he would definitely make a killing. Guild leader, the Hell Legion and Fire Dances group have already gathered. Aqua Rose reported as she met Shifeng on the second-floor hall of the Fortress Lord's mansion, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Even now, she still couldn't bring herself to believe that Shifeng could transport over 300 players back to the Eastern continent. All right, let's return to the Eastern continent. Shifeng could not help smiling when he saw Aqua Rose's expression. He then started incanting and summoned a gate of darkness in the second-floor hall. After the gate opened, he ushered everyone into it. In no time at all, the crowded second-floor hall emptied out. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den. Chapter 2508, Changes to the Dark Den in a rainforest at the periphery of the Dark Den's central area. A huge gate made entirely of black fog suddenly appeared. The frightening amount of energy the gate radiated prompted the demonic creatures nearby to retreat involuntarily as they stared nervously at the 6-meter-tall gate. After the gate opened up, figures of players walked out of it in quick succession. What kind of place is this? The gravitational force here is so strong. It practically rivals the Star Tomb's first floors. Thunderbeast, who had just set foot into the rainforest, exclaimed in surprise. The dense power of darkness enveloping this rainforest aside, just the high-gravity environment here was more than enough to have a Tier 2 player's combat power. Even Tier 3 players, like Thunderbeast himself, were affected quite significantly. The mana here is also very dense, close to 50% of the mana found inside the Starlight Fortress. If we can engage in combat here long-term, it'll definitely provide significant help toward honing our mana control, a Tier 3 elementalist said excitedly. Although the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana was much denser than this rainforest's, combat was prohibited inside the fortress. However, in God's domain, if players wished to improve themselves, the fastest way to do so would be by participating in life-or-death battles. Fighting in mana-dense environments was particularly effective, as players would have a much easier time controlling their mana, which would, in turn, allow them to practice and familiarize themselves with their mana control more efficiently. At this point, the eyes of the Hell Legion's members glowed with excitement. This was because the rainforest teemed with monsters above level 100. This place was an excellent location for not only training their mana control, but also grinding for levels. Hell Rush and the others immediately understood why Shifeng was so confident that he could help them fully unlock their mana bodies in 1 month. If they could fight in such an excellent environment, fully unlocking their mana bodies in 1 month would indeed be feasible. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had followed Shifeng to the Dark Den, was similarly surprised by this situation. She never thought that Shifeng had actually kept such an excellent training ground hidden. The monsters here might not be very strong, with the majority of being level 100 chieftains and the strongest being level 100 plus great lords, but the environment here made it the perfect location for newly promoted Tier 3 experts to train in. Guild leader, you're too biased. You actually saved such an excellent location for others. If Zero Wings members had grinded here as soon as they hit level 100, we might have been able to double the number of Tier 3 experts we have by now, Aqua Rose grumbled. Aqua Rose's complaint rendered Feng, who had just set foot into the rainforest, at a loss for words because this place was completely different from the central area he knew. Previously, when he used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central area, he had arrived very close to the World Summit. Now, however, he couldn't even see the World Summit from where he stood. Moreover, his surroundings abounded with demonic creatures. The mana density here was also considerably high. In addition, the world here seemed to have built up some resistance toward him, as he found that he currently couldn't exhibit his full strength. Does the teleportation gate change destinations according to my tier or level? After giving the matter some thought, Feng concluded that his hypothesis was very likely to be correct because he had arrived at different locations during his first and second use of the Gate of Darkness. Only, the difference was not particularly obvious, as he was teleported close to the World Summit on both instances. On the third instance, however, he was teleported to a completely foreign location, although still in the Dark Den's central area. Feng quickly shook his head, dismissing this matter. He was using the Dark Den as a transit point to travel to the Eastern continent, as they were going to leave the Dark Den very soon. It did not matter what kind of location they arrived in. Unlike the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness, Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness was a two-way teleportation gate. In other words, so long as he opened Moloch's Ring's Gate of Darkness, anyone who was a part of his team could move freely between the two locations connected by the Gate of Darkness. Hence, what he needed to do next was simple. He just had to use White River City's return scroll in the Dark Den and return to White River City. Afterward, he would use Gate of Darkness once more and let Hell Rush and the others, who did not possess White River City's return scrolls, cross over to White River City. Even if this method wasn't viable, he could still use the Bible of Darkness. Although the Bible of Darkness's Gate of Darkness had a 30-person limit, it was still a better option than relying on ancient teleportation arrays. Right now, however, as Moloch's Ring was still on cooldown, Feng had the Hell Legion's members grind the surrounding demonic creatures and explore the rainforest. Although they wouldn't be here for long, the Dark Den was still a place created by gods. Even without the World Summit, there were still plenty of treasures and opportunities here that could not be found in the outside world. If they were lucky, they might gain a significant harvest. At the very least, it would be much better than sitting around doing nothing for an entire day. Guild leader, there's a town that's protected by a magic barrier right outside the rainforest. By the looks of it, quite a lot of players are gathered there. Fire Dance, who was scouting the vicinity, reported through the team chat. A town protected by a magic array. Fire Dance's report piqued Feng's interest. Is it one of the Dark Den's shelters? From what he knew, the Dark Den should have only shelters, not towns or cities. Shelters operated differently from the NPC towns and cities found in the outside world. Every shelter had its own unique abilities and produced its own specialty products. The higher ranked a shelter was, the better its specialty products. Meanwhile, with the Shelter Fire Dance reported being in a level 100+ map, its rank was definitely very high. Moreover, aside from specialty products, the Dark Den was also rich in gemstones, which were in short supply on the main continent. Guild leader, should we head over? Fire Dance asked. Of course, Feng said, nodding. This is an opportunity to make a fortune. Previously, Feng had been incredibly busy. In addition, the Bible of Darkness was necessary to suppress Moloch's Ring, so he couldn't pass the Bible of Darkness to somebody else. As a result, aside from the occasional offline reports he received from Blue Frost and the others, It had been a very long time since Zero Wing had direct contact with the dark Den Shifeng had earned a lot of magic crystals and coins by the Starlight Fortress. Just the magic crystals he currently had on hand exceeded 600,000, while his coins totaled over 200,000 gold. He could use this opportunity to purchase a bunch of items to resell on the Eastern continent. Moreover, attribute gemstones were much more valuable than magic crystals and also much more useful to players. Following which, Shifeng led Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing toward the shelter Fire Dance found. The Hell Legion's members showed no interest in the shelter at all, opting to remain behind. They only wanted to continue grinding and honing their mana control. After all, Shifeng had already told them that they would be leaving this precious training ground soon. Hence, they needed to cherish this opportunity and improve themselves as much as possible. The shelter Fire Dance found was at the foot of a mountain range, with mountains at 3 of its 4 cardinal directions. Since shelters were under constant assault from demonic creatures, it was undoubtedly strategically located. As Shifeng's group arrived within several hundred yards of the shelter, he finally got a clear look at it. Although this shelter wasn't particularly large, only the size of an advanced town in the outside world, the defensive magic array protecting it was incredibly powerful, capable of resisting the attacks of Tier 4 monsters for a very long time. In a level 100+ map, a shelter with a defensive magic array of such caliber would definitely be considered a very safe location. This was also the reason why plenty of players resided in this shelter. Shifeng estimated that the shelter could easily accommodate over 200,000 players. A player population of 200,000 might not be anything significant compared to the towns found in the outside world, but in the Dark Den, with its low player population, this was a very frightening number. Moreover, the residents of this shelter were very strong. Even the lowest level player Shifeng had spotted was level 104. At level 106 and level 107, the higher level ones could rival the levels of the various superpowers peak experts found in the outside world. The shelter's players were also considerably well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on them being level 100 Mysterious Iron rank and the majority being level 100 Secret Silver equipment. Some experts were even fully geared in level 100 Fine Gold weapons and equipment. However, for some reason, most of the weapons and equipment of these players stopped at level 100. Extremely few players sported level 105 equipment. In fact, even level 105 Mysterious Iron equipment was incredibly rare. When Shifeng's group arrived at the shelter's entrance, a level 106 Tier 3 female swordsman who looked both beautiful and capable suddenly approached them. "I believe you are Vice Guild Leader Blue Frost's teammates. I have been waiting for you for a long time now," the female swordsman said excitedly. "May I know when Vice Guild Leader Frost will arrive?" Blue Frost. Shifeng could not help growing confused at this situation. The female swordsman before him was considerably strong. Not only was she at the Flowing Water Realm standard, but she was also just one small step shy of the Void Realm standard. When the female swordsman saw the confusion on Shifeng's face, she pointed at the 6-winged emblem he wore and asked strangely, "Are you not Vice Guild Leader Frost companions?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, EU at this stage of the game. Tier 3 players were still incredibly rare, and Tier 3 players wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem were even rarer. Hence, she had concluded that Shifeng's group should be Blue Frost's companions. "We are indeed companions, but probably not in the way you think we are," Shifeng explained. So, Vice Guild Leader Frost's team still couldn't make it in time. The female swordsman grew a little dejected when she heard Shifeng's words. Meanwhile, as soon as this female swordsman finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from a short distance away. Graceful, I told you long ago that rather than inviting Zero Wings Blue Frost, it would be much better to invite Crimson Emperor's Vice Guild Leader Fantasy. Yet you refuse to listen. Now we're doomed. Chapter 2509, Struggle Over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Chapter 2509, Struggle Over a Bronze Teleportation Gate. Purple, why are you here? When the female swordsman, named Graceful Monarch, turned toward the clear and pleasant voice, joy and surprise flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, a beautiful level 107, Tier 3 female elementalist, dressed in light blue robes and holding a dark, purple wooden staff, walked over to Graceful Monarch. Similar to Graceful Monarch, this female elementalist was almost at the void realm. However, in the female elementalist's presence, the surrounding mana was much tamer than before, looking as if it had found its owner. The appearance of this female elementalist immediately caught the attention of the surrounding players. Everyone turned to look at her, many of the female players present eyeing her with awe and worship. What? Purple Rakshasa? She actually came here. It seems our extreme light shelter has hope of protecting our bronze teleportation gate this time. That's only natural. After all, Purple Rakshasa is one of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists, just like Shelter One's Blue Frost. Although she just got promoted to the position recently, she's not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Frost. With her youth, she might even surpass Blue Frost and become the #1 elementalist in the Dark Denver. As the various experts present looked at the luxuriously dressed Tier 3 female elementalist, they broke into a heated discussion among themselves. The originally tense atmosphere enveloping the shelter also lightened considerably due to her appearance. Purple Rakshasa. When Surefong looked at the female elementalist, who looked like a prideful female leopard, he too was surprised. He never thought that he would meet her, one of God's domain's famous 12 sacred elementalists. During Surefeng's previous life, Blue Frost had served as one of the capable generals of Fantasy Shrine and received the first-rate guild's full support. This was the reason why he had managed to become a Tier 5 expert in God's domain. Purple Rakshasa, however, had spent her entire career in God's domain as an independent player, yet not only did she manage to reach Tier 5, but she had even become one of the publicly acknowledged 12 sacred elementalists. Back then, aside from Tier 6 God-ranked experts, there was nobody capable of doing anything against Purple Rakshasa. The only unfortunate thing was that Purple Rakshasa had not come across sufficient fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, she might have become a Tier 6 mage god. While Surefeng's group was observing Purple Rakshasa, the latter had simply glanced at Surefeng's group before returning her attention to Graceful Monarch, mindless of the fact that Surefeng's group of 10 consisted entirely of Tier 3 players. Currently, Tier 3 players might still be very powerful, but they were no longer as rare as before. Moreover, there were stark differences between players even after reaching Tier 3, unlike when players were still at Tier 2. The reason for this was the difference in mana body rank. If players merely completed the most basic trial when challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest, their strength would not increase by much. Meanwhile, the majority of the Tier 3 experts she normally saw had gotten promoted to Tier 3 using this method. Such Tier 3 experts might be unreachable existences in the eyes of ordinary players, but for experts of her caliber, such Tier 3 experts were no different from ordinary Tier 2 experts. They merely had a few more basic attributes than their Tier 2 counterparts. The Extreme Light Shelter's Bronze Teleportation Gate is our lifeline to the outside world. If we really let guilds from the outside world monopolize it, then local players like ourselves will be doomed. I naturally have to put in some effort into defending it, Purple Rakshasa said as she faced Graceful Monarch. I understand, but both Blue Frost and yourself are elementalists. The combat power you two can exhibit in a team battle is several times greater than what physical classes, like myself, are capable of. If we have the two of you helping us, the extreme light shelter will have a much greater chance of successfully defending the bronze teleportation gate, Graceful Monarch said, sighing. If the upcoming battle were merely a small-scale team battle, she would be confident of the extreme light shelter emerging victorious. Unfortunately, the battle over the bronze teleportation gate's management rights was a large-scale war that would involve hundreds of thousands of players. It was not a battle that melee players like herself could hope to make a difference in. However, it was a different story for magical class players. This was especially true for Blue Frost and Purple Rakshasa, two of the Dark Den's 3 great elementalists. Both of them possessed plenty of Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, which would be extremely valuable in the upcoming war. It was no exaggeration to say that just one of them could contribute as much as several dozen melee experts, like Graceful Monarch herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Blue Frost to manage the bronze teleportation gate together. Blue Frost's team is indeed very strong. This is especially true if those several lunatics are participating as well. However, if you think you can win against the outside world's superpowers in the upcoming war by relying just on them, you're in for a rude awakening. You don't know how powerful the outside world's superpowers are, Purple Rakshasa said, shaking her head. Even with my current self, I can barely hold my own against 2 or 3 peak experts belonging to superpowers simultaneously. As for the various superpowers domain realm monsters, I'd have trouble surviving against one of them. However, each of these superpowers has several domain realm monsters. They have several experts that even you can't defeat. Graceful Monarch's eyes widened in shock when she heard Purple Rakshasa's words. After all, Purple Rakshasa could trounce over a dozen Tier 3 experts by herself. Even the peak experts of first-rate guilds were no match for her. Graceful Monarch found it truly hard to believe that the outside world's superpowers had multiple experts that surpassed Purple Rakshasa. I met a lot of experts during my last visit to the outside world. I have to admit that the combat standards there are much higher than the Dark Den's. We only have an advantage when it comes to Tier 3 skills and spells, as well as level 100 weapons and equipment, Purple Rakshasa said humbly. What should we do, then? If what you say is true, our shelter doesn't stand a chance, Graceful Monarch said, frowning. Although she had long since known that the outside world's superpowers were not simple, she never thought that they were this strong. Hence, like I said before, partnering with Vice Guild Leader Fantasy is our best option. With Crimson Emperor's help, we can easily secure our hold over the bronze teleportation gate and gain more time for preparations, Purple Rakshasa advised. She then glanced at Shurfeng's group before continuing. Otherwise, even if Shelter One's experts arrive, we will still lose the gate. It seems we have no choice but that, Graceful Monarch said, consenting to Purple Rakshasa's suggestion. She knew that the elementalist never lied. Hence, when she saw the serious expression on Purple Rakshasa's face, she understood that the chances of the extreme light shelter winning without Crimson Emperor's help was minuscule. Following which, Graceful Monarch had Purple Rakshasa contact Crimson Emperor's side before turning her attention to Shurfeng's group. I apologize for mistaking your identities before. I also hope that you don't take Purple Rakshasa's words to heart. She's not looking down on Zero Wing. It's just that the extreme light shelter's future is at stake right now. As compensation, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EUI can represent the extreme light shelter in offering you a 20% discount on all expenditures inside the shelter today. However, as the extreme light shelter will be fighting a war soon, I advise you not to stay for too long. Otherwise, you're likely to get embroiled in the fight. If that happens, you'll have a difficult time leaving Graceful Monarch said in an apologetic tone to Sherfone. Meanwhile, just as Sherfone was about to say something, Purple Rakshasa suddenly walked over with an excited look on her face. Graceful, good news. Vice Guild Leader Fantasy and her team has arrived already. She says that she'll be here soon. At that time, you can negotiate the partnership with her, Purple Rakshasa said, looking at Graceful Monarch. Shortly after Purple Rakshasa finished speaking, a group of players appeared on the street some distance away. Standing at the head of this group of players was a female cleric with a charming appearance. The arrival of this group of players caused an uproar among the nearby players. This was because every member of this 100-man team was actually a Tier 3 player. The number of Tier 3 experts in this team almost equaled the total Tier 3 player population of the Extreme Light Shelter.